Sheila, and I've been representing Cambridge Assessment English for some time now. I know that you're looking forward to seeing Sarah. Due to some technical issues, she's going to be here, but a bit later, in a couple of, why not, minutes. So while we're waiting for Sarah, I just want to wish you a very successful new school year. We're looking forward to working together again with those that have already been teaching exams. I think Sarah's back. Hi Sarah. Did you manage?
Thank you, Anela. I managed to get my microphone working, so that's great.
That's
Thank you
perfect.
for holding. Thank you for welcoming me, everyone, and thank you to Fisher for this opportunity to join the conference. For technical reasons, I think you won't be able to see me, but hopefully you can hear me, and I hope you can hear my smile because I'm delighted to be with you. So thank you very much. Shall I start? Okay, so I think I'm going to have some assistance with changing my slides. So perhaps just to say that obviously I'm sorry not to be with you. And also, of course, it's a great pity not to be in Bucharest. As you know, I'm a fan of Romania, and any opportunity I have, I love to come and visit. So I'm sorry to miss out this time. Hopefully next year we'll be in a better position. Can I just check the sound is okay? I seem to have a buzz.
Waiting for Clara to share your presentation, Sarah.
Okay,
so just
thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I will tell you when. I mean, you'll see it on the screen.
Okay, I see the screen, but obviously I'm not quite sure if you can hear me okay. It's buzzing a little bit. In fact, somebody else said they could hear it buzzing too. Not sure about the buzz. This is where you have to keep your fingers crossed and hope that technology is on our side. But this is the reality of the new now. I don't know how many of you were in the talk with So keep clicking. And there we are. So we've got looking at all the skills. I think it's very important to perhaps remember to include all the 4 skills as much as possible, but also to the resources that are available. And that's what we'll do during the session. So a little snippet of something for each skill, which go across the different levels of primary ages and levels, and also if you're doing the Cambridge English qualifications. So on the next slide, there are the key factors, which I think are whether you're teaching online or offline, and we can click all those, that it is, of course, our challenge to engage our students in many different ways, thinking about those different styles. Many of the activities, for those of you who were in Herbert's session, are fun, motivating, giving variety, and of course, very much with young learners that they are success oriented. So if you could show those on the slide, Clara, just keep clicking for a bit. If you click, there we go. Click again, you'll get some. There we are. One more, keep clicking, that's great. And we'll get to success oriented. So that word there for me is particularly important with primary, because it's important that you look at what you can do more than what you can't do, so that we help students have a sense of progression and achievement. So let's have a look at the 4 skills. As I said very briefly in that introduction, I think it's important in any primary school or in any primary class that we focus on the 4 skills. Of course, writing is going to be more limited, but we do need to look at that as well. And we'll start with listening. So on the next slide, we have just a picture which I thought felt cuddly and warm in these times. And one of the typical tasks that we give students at primary, of course, are always related to pictures. The picture in the primary classroom is so important, as you know, and we have an example on the next slide of an activity. So can you, thank you. There we are. We have a picture, a typical situation where the students are going to obviously they need the colour, because of course at primary they're going to be looking at colours, action, words and vocabulary. Now this is actually taken from a young learner test paper, and of course it's very easy to use it as preparation material as well as testing, because young learner tests are very much about integrating teaching and testing in a practical, fun, enjoyable, stimulating way. And I just thought you can just see by the material on its own. If we click the next slide, you can see the activity that they have to do with this, which of course is to listen and identify the person who's being spoken about. This kind of picture, obviously they're going to do in the exam, but throughout the year, these are relevant activities that you can build up to. And if your students were going to take the tests and perhaps need a quick refresher of what's included in the test, these are the kind of activities which can help them remember what they need to do if they're going to take the test, but not only. Next slide, we of course can, I seem to have missed one, but that's okay. The idea that around the picture we had some names. We have boys' names and girls' names, and one of the problems, of course, is that it's not always obvious whether the name is a girl's name or boy's name. So whether you're in the classroom or doing it online, and of course if you're doing it online and you're able to turn your cameras on, then it's quite fun to be able to see everybody, and it involves perhaps standing up, doing something physical, so a little bit more enjoyable in that sense. So I'm going to say, if it's a boy's name, you touch your head. I know it seems a bit strange doing it online, but it just makes it a bit more memorable if you actually experience the task. So if I say a girl's name, you touch your ears. If I say a boy's name, you touch your head. It's very simple. So if I say Jane, of course, touch your ears. If I say Ben, touch your head. And of course, it's very practical. And on the next slide, we can see that, of course, if you are preparing for Cambridge English test, each level has different names. And of course, no other names. If you click on the next part, Clara, we can see the list. We can see, oh, sorry, can you go back? Thank you. You can see the names according to the levels, and obviously by the time we get to flyers, all those names are included. But it means that, of course, you can do this activity. It's physical, it's memorable. It means that when they're in the test, they're not worrying about whether the name is a boy or a girl. So, you know, a bit of TPR. So thank you for that comment in the chat. Yes, so on to the next slide. We can see that, of course, this task of labeling a picture is actually takes part in, sorry, is part of all three levels of the test. So you've got that continuity of task type. So the students who've done starters, movers and flyers, by the time we get to flyers, oh, yes, we know what you have to do with this. But of course, what's different is the level of language is changing. Now, again, I know this is a listening task, but the opportunity with the material, of course, is to also do vocabulary development. So I'm going to choose a letter. So if we look at the next slide, I've chosen the letter W. And of course, we get our students to quickly look at the picture. How many words can they find beginning with W? And of course, we've got the white hat, we've got the white on the cake, etc., etc. The white T-shirt in the boy in the tree, etc. And we can do it as a race. You can do it as obviously brainstorm. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is also because there is some material that you can download for free, and hopefully you will find it useful. So you go on to the next slide. We can see an example from this. So it gives you something for you to take away and use. So on the next slide, thank you, Clara. We can see that, well, you will see in a moment, that there is actually a handout in this, the link that you can see below, and we'll make sure that you get these links, enables you to use this task. And of course, now we're giving a little bit of guidance for the students to do the words starting with W. W is only one. We've got, click on the next slide. In the task handout, we can see other letters. So there, oh, sorry, I forgot to say you've got the answers, of course. And of course, we can have words starting with T, click, with C, click, with S, click. So 3 clicks, Clara. There we go, etc. Now, if you're doing it online, yes, please keep clicking, that's great. And click again, thank you. If you're doing it online and doing it on the screen, of course, you can do it this way. If you're doing it in the classroom, then you might cut them into strips and have one group working on one letter and another group working on if you're using it online and doing it in breakout rooms, depending on the age of your students, you may want to do it in groups. But if you click on the next, you get the answers as the teacher. So of course that saves time for you. And of course, we're doing this work. This, as I said, this is available to you. Click on the next slide. We can see how we can develop it. And we've still got the same picture, but what we have now are some statements. Okay, sorry, could you leave the picture? Thank you, Claire. So just go back one, thank you. So we've got the picture, and the first activity involves some reading, of course, based on the picture, and the students are doing a tick or a cross. Now, it's amazing, in some countries, it's very difficult to understand the difference between tick and a cross. So it's, for example, in Italy, where I am, students don't use ticks. So they need to learn it as part of the exam taking process. So laying a tick. So we look at the picture, we identify whether the sentence is correct or not, and very simply. So then we take away the picture. Clara, if you'd like to click again. Then we take, and now, having looked at the sentences and decided, for example, a boy with brown hair is playing with his toy truck is wrong, then we write the correct description. So you've got some guided writing with a tiny little bit of correction. Okay, so on to the next slide. We can see how to develop this further. I, again, fortunately decided not to risk technology and made some screenshots so that I can share this with you. The same task I put onto Kahoot. So again, if we want to come back to this as a review task, or again to perhaps even start with the Kahoot. It depends, whatever you prefer, to give you just a bit of variety. So if you click on the next one, we can see that here is the activity. It's open to you, so then by the QR code and also by the links that we will give you, you would be able to actually use this already made. So again, and it's an example of the different kinds of tasks that you can do within a Kahoot. So if you're, I know many people already use Kahoot, but it's quite nice when you can have a piece of material already made for you. So if you click on the next, again, Clara, you'll see there's a QR code for those of you who want it now, and I can see that we've got some fans of Kahoot in the chat. Absolutely, I think it is, and the more I use it, the more I want to use it. I know there is a few free version, and during lockdown, Kahoot has made the premium version free, but you might even consider investing in it because it's such a flexible task. Okay, so I just wanted to flick through the next slide. So Clara, if you want to flick, and I'll do it. So those of you less familiar, the students log in. You can see given a code. So again, you can do this in class. If you're having to do social distancing, this will be the kind of activity that avoids students sitting next to each other. And if, of course, you're still teaching online, then this is ideal for the kind of things, situation where you're leading the group. Next slide. Next slide, thank you. And on the next slide, we can just see some of the examples of the types of task. So the next slide, you can see how the students, it's a bit slow to respond, I think. Next slide. We can see statements that we saw in the activity before. We also have a picture reveal. So if your students can't memorize the picture, they need a little bit of help, you can add the Kahoot I made will be from the QR code, and we'll make sure you get the link after the session. But you can see here they choose, if they can't remember, you can cover up the picture and reveal it slowly in the Kahoot, so the fast students will remember and the slow ones get some help. Next slide. You can see of course, it's a gamification. It makes it fun. It can be in groups as well as singularly, and of course a little bit of motivation. It means you can revisit the material at another stage in the lesson, or sorry, in the course. And the last one just really shows the example of the boy with brown hair is playing with his toy truck. So of course, it's wrong. Now, I don't know if you discovered it, but on the next slide, the next two, so we can go through those quite quickly, Cambridge Assessment has actually got some special Kahoots made by Cambridge Assessment and published on Kahoot. And there's basically the Cambridge Assessment Kahoots. If you look at this, if you click Clara, we can have a look at those. We've got there's there, and you can see it's made by Cambridge English, so by UK. Obviously at the 3 levels, fun, exactly there, thank you, Clara. And you can see there are lots of different topics. So if you haven't discovered though, free to use, and it means the work is already done for you. So that's one idea. Let's move on to another one for listening. Now, I think listening is incredibly important. The more opportunities we have for children to listen, the better. I mean, let's face it, any learner to listen. It is a very important part of the process, and sometimes we underestimate how important our voice as a teacher can be for their listening, and the kind of activities we make them into activities. And what I like to do is dictation, of course. So if you click onto the next one, Clara. And this is basically adapting material which actually was designed as a writing task, but making it into a dictation task. So we have a square, and can you click on the next, Clara? So just see the okay. So we have a blank piece of paper, and we have some vocabulary underneath to help. And basically, if you feel like doing it, listen to my description and see if you can draw a picture of Dr. Peter. So the pictures underneath will help you to make sure that you've got the right vocabulary, and my description will also get you to listen, and for those of you who feel like doing the drawing, you can try. So Dr. Peter is not fat, and you can see it in the example, or, and we've got the vocabulary, slim. His blonde hair is curly. So picture 2, not straight. So you can imagine your students drawing this picture. He has a moustache, but no beard. Now, of course, in a dictation like this, it's important to do it for them to hear it first and then for you to dictate it again so they can actually draw it. Otherwise, they won't obviously know what to do. So very simple. And if we click on the next slide, you can see this is where it came from. This is actually a writing activity that I've made into a very simple dictation activity. These resources, again, are available free, and we'll show you where to get them in a moment. So on to the next slide. Just to mention, if you haven't already discovered it, of course, songs are a great way of listening, learning, having fun. And if you haven't discovered this resource, I'm just going to refer it to you because if you click on the next, part, we'll see you get basically it's like a karaoke, so the children can sing along and the words appear on the screen. And if you click again, the good news is that with these resources, there are actually notes for teachers. Now, it's also an option if you are trying to support parents at home to do things, because of course it's clearly laid out for them. So again, if that's relevant to your context, you may also be recommending it to teachers. So into the next section, just to mention the blog. So if you go on to, this is the Cambridge University Press blog in the world of better learning. And I think at the moment, there are an amazing number of useful articles, which if you haven't seen them, how can you find them? If you write World of Better E-Learning blog into Google, Cambridge, you should find this. If not, it will also be included in the links. But here's an activity and the guidance for what you can do with that. So on to the next one. Again, to keep it brief, we have the importance of reading and writing. Now, reading and writing, will be less. And I'm afraid the picture, of course, is not appropriate. We haven't got masks, but we go on to the next slide. Thank you. Of course, at these levels, the most fundamental part, or one of the most fundamental part, is acquiring vocabulary. And of course, as a teacher, it's knowing what's the best vocabulary, what words do my students need, and of course, this is where these free resources are incredibly supportive. If you look at the click again, Clara, 3 times, in fact, to actually go with the word lists are also some picture book lists. They've been updated for the test that changed a couple of years ago. And they, again, are free. They don't have everything in the word list, but they supplement the word list. So it's finding different ways to do the same thing a million times. So here's another one. If you haven't downloaded them, they are free. So on to the next slide. Of course, as well as the word lists and the word books, picture books, you also have the posters, and there are several posters. Again, we'll make sure you have the lists. The posters always work on a theme, so obviously here we've got the animal theme, and there are activities that you can do with these posters, as well as obviously looking at initial introduction of the vocabulary. If you look at the next slide, and I'm thinking of starters, we have our animal list. Now, there are many things we can do with that list. That, of course, is useful for the teacher, but if you can click again, Clara, thank you. You can, of course, get them to choose some pictures or draw some pictures for some of the animals and get the other students to say what the animal is in the picture. I love this activity. Students usually like it too. And then, of course, click again. Thank you, Clara. We can give them a few of the words and ask them to put them in alphabetical order, the classic example. But the one I think engages more is actually to say, okay, rather than just alphabetical list, which is a bit sort of sterile. I mean, I know it's important to understand the order of the alphabet, but of course, what you can do is say, okay, look at the animals. Can you put them in order of size from small animal to big animal? Very simple, but so easy to recycle vocabulary if you want to at any time. Click on the next slide. Thank you, Clara. And of course, we can build up to all those animals. I don't think I could draw all those animals, but you might want to collect them and put them in a dictionary. But if you don't want to draw them, next slide, of course, I have some help with the flashcards that you can download free. By the way, Cambridge English Assessment have flashcards, and CUP also have some flashcards. So between the two organisations, you'll get lots of free flashcards. Thank you, Clara. Click again. And I've chosen the animals, of course, just as an example. So thank you. If you click, you'll see the link to these. And that, if you click again, Clara, that's it. You've got that. So we have the word and the picture. Now, in terms of activities, I'm sure you have your own favourite activities for flashcards, but just simply to remind you, things like if you're on screen and you hold up a picture of a monkey and the word monkey, you could get your students to, if the two words go together, so you pick the picture and the word, if the words match, the students jump in the air and try to touch the ceiling. If you put monkey and duck, so the words don't match, the students touch the floor. So you can, again, do something physical. It could be any vocabulary, but I'm sure you have your own ideas. But I like to try and do something physical. Now, somebody said can't hear me, so it's a bit concerning. So on to the next slide, Clara. Thank you. Of course, ways to practice vocabulary are huge, but making vocabulary fun, of course, is typical one is anagrams. And those of you who are not familiar with the Young Learners Starters Test, it's actually part of the test as well. So they're actually playing a game in the test. If you click again, Clara, we can have a look at that very briefly. Important to say that all Young Learner tests, obviously increasingly less so at A2, provide some support. When you do the anagrams, they're actually given the first letter and they're given the letters to unscramble. So it's not as if they don't get some help, because obviously when they're younger, writing is still a bit of a challenge. Now, if you want to make your own word scrambles or anagrams, then if you haven't used it, then obviously using flippity.net, something I discovered before the summer, so to use it with you if you haven't used it, it's got loads of great activities for vocabulary revision, review, introduction. So click on the next one, you can see what I made. So QR code will send you, and also a link. So this, of course, we were talking about the doctors before. Here we've got quite a lot of vocabulary for them to unscramble. Click again, Clara. We can see the answers. And of course, we could give them the words. These are the words I chose to put in. You can choose. So that's helpful. Now, we've got some suggestions in the chat, so thank you for that. Live worksheets, so thank you for that idea, is also being suggested as an option. I think it's nice to have a variety of different sites because they look different to the student, and you might be able to do the same activity, but it looks different because you've used a different app. So I think I'm very much in favour of sharing our experience of apps. So if anybody else has any to suggest in the chat, please do. So moving on quickly, we have to look at the other levels. So that we looked at starters. So Clara, can you click again? Thank you. Okay, so when we get to movers and flyers, we're looking at definitions of words. So again, still scaffolded, we've got some pictures and the word. So click again, thanks. If you could click there, we can see that we get a definition. Of course, they're matching. What we're doing here, of course, is developing paraphrasing, even at this early age, and also the ability to read and find a definition. Click again. And we can see how this develops at the flyers level. So fun activities, but they're actually also part of the test. I mean, that's what I really like about the Young Learners test. It doesn't feel like an exam. Next part, if you click on the next, some activities that go with this, again, we can give you these to download. It's already made for you. Of course, a classic is using crossword. At lower levels, that's quite difficult. So to support that, so if Clara, if you could click, thank you. To support that, we have the clue. So yes, thank you, Clara, that's great. I've highlighted that these are for the crosswords because there is also a downed word. So yes, thank you. Could you click that again, Clara? Thank you. Brilliant. Now, what you can see is that the students actually have the clue mixed up. So again, it's about scaffolding, helping them to be successful. They put the words in order to get the clue. And then they can guess the word. And of course, they've got the pictures as well to help if you want to. So again, Clara, click the pictures. Thank you. And this activity is available to you. Click the next one. We can see the two sides, the across and the down. And if you click again, this is taken from some new lesson plans which are freely available from our website for each exam level. Again, you don't have to be doing the exam level to find these useful. You just need to look at the level that you're interested in. So if you click again, you get the full lesson plan, you get the resources, you get, very interestingly, what to do in the face-to-face situation. And on the right-hand side column, you also get ideas if you're going to use the same thing online. So there's lots of support here, and these are new. Click again, you get the answers. If you're looking for it, so somebody said that you can't find it, so we will make sure you get the links. But if anybody who has got a quick QR code reader and wants to see if it reads it, I'm not sure when it's not quite so clear as normal. But don't worry, because we'll make sure you get it. So again, moving on, we need to go fast because obviously this is the back to the doctors. Again, activity, click again. We're looking at the definitions, so lots of work on that aspect. And of course, click again. You can make your own word pictures. So Flippity again comes to the rescue. You put in the word you want, it makes it for you, it gives you a key, you can print it out or you can show it on your screen. So click again, you've got a bit.ly because the link is horrifically long, but we'll make sure you get, this is the link to my ready-made material that you're very welcome to use if you want that topic. And click again, you can see how I chose these words and it made the word search. So very simple to use. If I can do it, it must be simple. So next one, I'd like to share an idea of my colleague called Elena, who works in assessment services like me, but she's based in Paris and also has Russian relatives. And interestingly, they like doing word games. And this is something she introduced me to. So if you click again, Clara, we can see a couple of examples. It's a game that obviously native speakers play as well. So click again. You obviously have to look at what's the picture representing. So we've got a peach. So the P in this case changes to T. So you get teacher. And can you guess the one underneath? So we've got a duck and honey, which becomes, and I wasn't very good at this, but I'm getting better. Click again, Clara, because I've got another example. It actually becomes dictionary. If you think about it, so just for a moment, the I from duck becomes, you take away the K becomes TI. Very clever, and it's a little bit of a puzzle. So click again. This website allows you to click again if it's too difficult for you to guess what the word is. Click again. Thank you, Clara. We've got a nice one here. So we've got click, click, T, cherry, and click. So take away the Y, R-Y, and we get teacher. Click again. Click, click, click. There we are, click. There we are, and you can do it in a version with pictures or with, if you want them to colour it in, depending on the age of your students. So, click again. I've got one for you. I've got one for you. It's great because it gets them to do some thinking as well as some learning vocabulary or, let's say, vocabulary revision. So here's one. I'm going to let you have a look at that. Can you find the phrase? turkey. We have a ship. And you can see, I find you have to write down the word mouth, and then obviously work on making the word. Click again, Clara. Clara, thank you. If you can click twice, that's it. Okay, so we've got, now, we couldn't do the first one. We found it difficult. So the system gives you another option. So we've got tram, bath, and goat. And both of these, if you do it, write down the word tram, bath, and goat and follow the instructions, you get, click again, Clara, we get the answer. Try this out. Well done. Somebody got it in the chat. Well done. So it's fun. It's different. And click again, you can actually find some of these kind of code activities in the new life skills series. This is actually from the home booklet, activities. You click again, Clara, you can see how these are also interesting. Thank you for saying they're useful for all levels. Indeed, it makes a change. It's operating on different skills. Also, if you want to be a little bit creative, possibly for younger students, you can use a dice. Okay, thank you. Could you click the dice? Thank you. It comes out red in a moment. There'll be a red dice. Oops, again. There we go. Forward. Thank you, Clara. You're doing a brilliant job, by the way. You can use a dice, and of course, an on-screen dice or a digital dice. And again, this is a free resource. It's something new. So they say the word and spell the word as your grumpy teacher voice, or in your baby voice, etc. So something a bit different for young ones. Okay, next one. And of course, if we want to get them doing some dictionary work and creating their own dictionary, you can get some ideas from the Digital Teacher website, again free, and lesson plans about getting your students to make their own dictionary. And of course, then you can use those words to play apps like Quizlet, which I know many teachers are using, so I won't say it in detail, but just remind you that there are young learner vocabulary lists made by other teachers. Click, Clara, thank you, on Quizlet, which you can check. I always recommend you check, but it means you don't always have to make everything. You may be able to find someone who's already done it for you. So moving on from dictionary skills, but not to forget the use of this new app. Now, many people don't know about this app, the Word Fun World app. It's free. It's obviously got vocabulary related to the Cambridge English qualification, so starters, moves and flyers, but fun to do, and it allows them to create a kind of online dictionary of the words as they play. So very nice and fun, and again, you can download that at your leisure. So we're kind of need to go a bit faster. So reading and writing in the new world perhaps will be good for social distancing if we're getting to focus, but we also want them to collaborate, as Herbert said. So the posters we will see in a moment. The posters you can see. This is just one. They are available all different levels. Can be used for a variety of writing tasks as well as vocabulary tasks. So very simple reading and writing. Next task, sentences about the posters. Again, this is done for you. You can download it. We'll show you where, so that you can use the poster and use the writing. Click again. Somebody said there's no image, but there is on the next one. Click again, please, Clara, twice. If you can click twice. One of the things that you can do in class or online is have post-its, a different color or with the word. And if you put second one, of course, no prize for guessing it's no. Can you click again, Clara? Thank you. I'm going to ask you to keep clicking fast. There we are. We can actually hold it up on the screen if you're doing it online. If you're doing it face-to-face, again, it's social distancing, but everybody can participate, and it's a bit more stimulating. So moving on to writing very briefly, let's say, more complicated writing. The activities for the poster and the word lists are available in these activity packs, free. We'll show you, give you the link. Click Clara twice and you'll get the range. So one obviously for each level, all free. And you will also find activities related to writing. So if we click on the next one, when I say writing, more than the supported writing that we find at the scaffolded writing at starters and movers at flyers, of course, they need to write a story, and it's having ideas of how can I do the story differently. And again, I just want to mention that there are new resources available for you to get ideas from, and we can click again, Clara. So, we can see that there is a new section of writing lesson plans, which actually takes you through the stages of the the names, the nouns, and the verbs. So click again, Clara. We can see that we've elicited this. Unfortunately, I can't do it with you, but normally I would ask you to think of nouns and verbs for all the pictures. You can be crafty and add some words which are not suitable for the picture. And then, of course, if you're teaching online, get the students to put thumbs up if the word is appropriate for the story, and thumbs down if the word is not appropriate. So you can do that obviously in the classroom, but even more so if you're dealing with an online lesson and you want to get everybody participating, something physical that you can see obviously helps. So we just got a little short time to look at speaking, and I want to mention a couple of simple ideas. The first is to go back to the flashcard scenario and to use it to answer those questions at the end of the test. So at each level there are some freer questions, if you like. So here's an example. Two clicks, Clara, what's your favourite? And you can imagine the question. But it means that you can use those flashcards again in another context to actually create an activity. Look at the next slide. We have two more. So again, this is from movers maybe. So you can choose your different levels. That's starters, flashcards. Click again, and we've got your favorite food. So you can see how easy it is to integrate with that. Now, a thing I love is board games. And I used to use them a lot, but then I found it impossible because how do you make board games? Roll and tell, next slide. Roll and slide. Roll and tell. And if you look at the next slide, we can see where you can get the resource. So this is a free resource. Thank you to Tools for Educators. And they have lots of different things. And they give you basically a template. So you can print out the board if you want to. So you could get them individually if you're worrying about social distancing, or you can use it on the screen. So click again. We also have the fantastic, this is how it works. You basically do as many questions as you like, topics, whatever. Click again. We have click again, thank you. We have an example. If we click, Clara, 3 clicks, I think it is. Click, click. You can see how you could move through the game, getting the students to talk about the topic. And of course, you can choose it appropriately. Next slide, you can see how you can deal with that. Click again. Click again. There we are. We've got the dice, rollable dice. And you can click, so the problem of not having any dice goes away, and of course you can have them individually. Thank you. Now, I did think it was worth just showing you this website. I'm not going to talk about it, but I did discover it when I was preparing for this session. Click again. Very appropriate, maybe. Can you show the next slide? There we go. Some distancing games, including board games, but lots of others. So I think that could be very relevant at the moment. Also relevant is that we heard, for those of you in the session with Herbert, you will have heard about getting your students to record themselves. So, next slide. If you haven't discovered Chatterpix, this is particularly suitable for younger ones, where you can actually get them to create an avatar with an animal or a picture. So click again. We need to show how it works. You can find out a lesson, how to use it from Digital Teacher. Click again. Thank you, Clara. We can see we're given the instructions. You take a photo. You put a line over the mouth so that the mouth will actually open and talk. So that's quite fun. They can choose the image, or you can give them some to select from. Click again. They record their voice, fantastic. So again, what as Herbert was saying, and then they can do something to make it own. There are lots of other apps, but this is just one. You might have heard of Voki, but if you want something different, try this one too. Again, next slide, you can find from the digital teacher explanation of how that works. There are two more things to say about speaking. One is to remind you in the next slide that if you're looking for information about the speaking test, please do look at the example tests. You can, and those are free, available from the website. Moving on to the next slide, because I can see I'm going to run out of time. Let's go. There you are. So you've got lesson plan. You've got information about all the tests. Thank you. Next one. Next one. Now, this is new, is to think about all skills using something like the next slide. Next slide. This is a chart of 30 days, any days, it doesn't have to be a particular date, of activities. It can be perhaps as a warmer, it could be perhaps something you give to parents to do if you've got the problem of being socially distanced. Click again and we can see a better example, because on each day there is something to do, better and bigger so you can read it. Click it, you'll be able to see it better. There we go. So on day 2, complete a word search puzzle, and you can see there's actually a link to a word search puzzle, and it also helps you do an activity. So you can create something like that, or use this one which is ready-made. And click again, you can see that you get, there you are, there's the activity. And again, it's from those free resources we talked about. Next one, we've got to go to. We'd like to mention Ola Julis, who often is in Romania, and she has written some really useful material about social distancing for young learners. Again, we'll make sure you get the links, and it's on the Better Learning blog that I mentioned before. World of Fun, I know that if you are familiar with it, has more resources, so some of those posters, if you click through the next 2 slides, Clara, the example of the posters from CUP, Cambridge University Press, click, it doesn't want to go fast, so we've got them at different levels. A1, click, and you'll find there's a special feature, and it doesn't want to click. There we are, and that's for A1, and then, sorry, actually it's A1, it's movers, and then click again, you've got a slide with the posters available for the 3 levels. There we go, if you have a look. Can you click? And yes, thank you. You can see them there. Spelling, click again. You've got find a difference, answering questions, very nice material. And the third one for flyers, thank you, is a story. I think it disappeared. Let's see if it comes back. There we go. So obviously a variation on the theme. Now, 2 slides, and I'm going to pass over to Daniela. So, support available. I think the most important thing to say to you is to go to our website, next slide, and look at the material specially designed to be available for teachers around the world, coping with online, offline, integrated, on and blended, the unknown. We hope that we can provide something for everyone. And we'll continue to update new material. So if you can click on the QR code, some people might be able to get that, but we will make sure that we have you get some links. Now, I just want to pass over to Aniela, my colleague, Aniela Busilla, who is, of course, in Bucharest, and she's just a couple of words. Aniela, not sure if she can join us. Aniela was going to say, do contact Aniela Busilla. I've got to get the pronunciation right. I'm not sure if you're hearing me or not. There we go. While we're waiting for that, there are some more resources. we haven't got time to talk about them in detail, but you will find them on our website. This is probably a good slide to finish on. And here's Aniela, who she's coming on screen. There we go. Yes, I can't hear. I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry about that. Well, at least you can hear her, and we'll make sure that I send you her contact details so that if you would like to find out more about Cambridge, then she's obviously in Romania and will give you. She will be doing sessions for parents and for schools in the coming weeks. I'm sure that you'll be able to find more about it. Thank you again to Fisher for having us. We really appreciate the collaboration, and thank you very much to Clara in particular for coping with the challenges of technology. And I hope we've still managed to provide you with some useful information. Hopefully the follow-up with the links will solve the problems of those of you who couldn't hear very well. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, and all the safe.
welcome to this session. My name's Karen and I'm the Professional Learning and Development Publisher at Cambridge University Press. And in this session today, I'm going to talk about teacher leadership and its role in your professional learning and development. The term teacher leader has been used to talk about an informal role taken on by experienced teachers for many years now, particularly in the US. And there's been a lot of literature and a lot of research around the topic. I've become interested in teacher leadership more recently as a way of looking at professional learning and development for experienced teachers. Now, I'd just like to get a sense of who you are and what your experience is. So, I know you've all been saying hello in the chat box, and it's great to see so many people there. Could you now, in the chat box, write down how many years experience you have as a teacher? How many years have you been teaching? Wow, fantastic. Some good amounts of experience here. Anything from 5 to over 20. Wonderful. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this framework. This is the Cambridge English Teaching Framework. It was developed by Cambridge Assessment English, and it's actually freely available on their website. This is just an overview document, and I'm just going to explain it a little because you may not be able to see it very clearly. On the left, you have 5 rows, and those outline the areas of competency for teachers. So there are 5 categories there: learning and the learner, teaching, learning and assessment, language ability, language and knowledge and awareness, and professional development. Now, each of those categories has a number of competencies for teaching that are described in detail. There are descriptors for each one. So, for example, under teaching, learning and assessment, you might have descriptors for teaching grammar or teaching skills or classroom management competencies. So that's the categories, which are the rows, the teaching competencies. And along the top, you'll see 4 stages of development. And they go from up to expert, basically. So, and the first 2 stages are really once you've done your initial teacher training and your first few years of teaching. Now, there are no set times for progression. I think, as we all know, everybody progresses at different stages in terms of their development. So the first 2 stages, really from initial training through developing, those, I would say generally it's the first few years, 3 years of teaching or so. And there tends to be a lot of support available, I think, for teachers there. There are lots of training courses, books, many practical books with ideas, so you can improve the quality of your teaching. It tends to be when you get to those proficient and expert stages that there's less in the way of practical development for you. There tend to be more specialised courses, perhaps, or perhaps more research-focused literature. However, from what the research tells us about teaching, that the single biggest impact on learner outcomes is the quality of teaching, then it's critical that there are opportunities to develop the quality of your teaching once you get to those expert and proficient stages, and not just at the earlier stages of development. Research before indicated that typically a teacher after their initial training would continue to improve the quality of their teaching for the first 3 years, and after that they would plateau or level off. But that's actually, more recent research has disproved that. And now what research is telling us is that, again, typically teachers improve their quality for the first 3 years, but then it doesn't have to be static. And in fact, in schools that are not very supportive, teachers can actually decline in the quality of their teaching. But where there is a supportive learning environment, you can continue to develop the quality and continue way past those 3 years. And this is why, for more experienced teachers, I see the teacher leadership construct as a really rewarding route for continued growth and development. So, in this talk, we are going to look at the what, why, the what, and the how of teacher leadership. What is teacher leadership? Why would you want to be a teacher leader? What does it involve? And how do you go about it? So, on to the first question. What is teacher leadership? I'm going to show you 2 definitions from the literature about teacher leadership and just give you a minute or 2 to read through them. Okay, and I'll move on to the second definition. Okay, I hope everybody's had a chance to read them. I'd like to focus on some of the key ideas on teacher leadership. So I've put the 2 definitions side by side here, and you'll see I've gapped them. So can you just take a few minutes to see if you can complete the gaps? And it would be wonderful if you could put any of your thoughts, what might go in the gaps, into the chat box so I can see how we're working through it. Okay, great. We've got the first suggestion for a gap. Wonderful. A few more suggestions coming in. Fantastic, thank you. And let's see now how it matches up with the originals. I think you've pretty much got those. The first gapped word was influence, and it appears in both definitions, and it's really one of the key ideas of teacher leadership, that the teacher is involved in the process of influencing others. Second key idea, improvement. It's all about improving both teaching and learning. That's another key concept. And the third idea I'd like to pull out, which is in the second definition, which is where the word beyond comes in, is that it's not just about your classroom and your learners, It's looking beyond your classroom, influencing others and other teachers, and possibly even school policies and practices. So, as the definition suggests, it's actually quite a challenging role, involving influence beyond your classroom. And it's, as I mentioned, it's not a formal role. It's not a management position. There's no pay increase. So why would anyone want to do it? Why would you want to do it? Can you just think of a few reasons why, as maybe part of your development as an experienced teacher, you would like to develop as a teacher leader? And again, wonderful if you could perhaps write a few suggestions in the chat box. Nothing's come up yet. Maybe there's a little bit of caution. Maybe you don't quite know enough about it. Oh, sorry, now there are some ideas. Yep, fantastic. Okay, I'm going to share some thoughts I had, some reasons why. I mean, I love that idea of wanting to have an impact, of wanting to help and support others and develop others. It's a really, I suppose when people write about effective teachers and what makes a good teacher, I guess a lot of that is what comes into the experience, wanting to share, wanting to inspire, wanting to have an impact. So I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that it's very pleasing to see. Well, here's my list. Obviously, it's a form of professional development. It's a structure for developing your teaching expertise, but also other skills. So organizational skills, problem solving. It's a way of actually building relationships with your colleagues and also developing collaborative skills, communicative skills as you work with others. It can lead to increased student engagement and student learning, student achievement. You can contribute beyond your classroom to teaching and learning practices across the school, leading to whole school improvement. And of course, it's nice to be recognised, to be appreciated for what you do. You can gain recognition for your expertise from your peers and from your management. And all of this can lead to increased motivation and job satisfaction, and that's been borne out in the studies around this. I mean, as I said, it's not a formal role, so it's one that you choose to take on. And in fact, sometimes you're actually almost taking it on without realising. It may be that you're the experienced teachers that others look to for guidance, for support, for advice. So, from the chat box, some of you seem interested in this, so I guess the next question is, what does it involve? If you think it's rewarding and it might provide a description of how you can further develop and influence others and play a role in enhancing student learning beyond your classroom, then what's next? What's involved and what steps can you take? Now, this is taken from the literature, and it's just one model of how teacher leadership might work. I'll just give you a minute. I hope you can read the text. So it goes anti-clockwise, reading from A at the top all the way around to I. So if you could just take a minute to read that. Now, you'll have noticed as you've read round that the activities are incremental in that A and B, for example, focus on the individual teacher, and that expands out in C, D, E to your working with your colleagues and collaborative practices. And then it goes through FGH to perhaps influencing your school community and beyond your school community. I think it's a very logical model based around the central goal of improving student learning. I mean, possibly I would, the final one about going beyond your institution and professional organisations, I mean, I think that could possibly come in at any earlier stage. But I think this is a useful model to look at. Now, we're not going to go through all the stages today that they've identified, because each one builds on the other, and you're likely to be more engaged if you've progressed through. So I'm really going to just take a look at what activity can be done that relates really to the first 5. So looking at developing your teaching expertise even further, and collaborating with colleagues. So these are the 5 areas that we're going to look at in particular. And I think in essence, they boil down to these 2 things: developing your teaching expertise and developing your influencing skills. And that's through engaging in ongoing professional learning and reflective practice. And again, this is really important, not just because it's developing the quality of your teaching and supporting your learners' outcomes, but it's also modelling best practice, modelling professional behaviour. And that's really important. If you want to take others on board, of course, they need to respect and trust you. So by engaging in this sort of professional practice of ongoing development, that's really powerful. And then when you're in that position, then you have many opportunities to work collaboratively with your colleagues in both formal and informal settings, where you can build influence and manage change. So, you're still here. So, the next step is, I guess, moving on to the more practical. How do you go about doing these things? Now, improving your practice. Research shows, there's been a lot of research, I think over the past 6 years particularly, that development activity is most effective when it's based around your needs and your learners' needs, and it's classroom based. And it's through trying out new techniques and practices in your classroom you can see the impact on your learners and refine your practice. And I think this is especially true. You're very experienced teachers. You've had many years of fine-tuning your craft, and it's really important to actually focus on the particular needs of your learners in your context. You'll see on the right there's it's a Cambridge paper on effective professional development principles and best practice. And that synthesises that research I referred to. So it pulls together the research of the last, say, 6 years, and it identifies 7 principles for effective professional development. And in practice is one of those key principles for really improving the quality of your teaching. Oh, and if you're interested in reading more about that, the paper is on the Cambridge University Press website and it's free to download. So let's think for a moment about what classroom-based development might look like. Now, I think most of you are going back to the classroom on the 14th of September, so you don't have a class at the moment. So I'd like you to think of a class of learners that you had last year. So can you just think of one particular class that you had last year? Visualize that class. You might want to just put in the chat box the name of the class. Ah, 7A seems to be popular. Oh, but no, we've got a range. Okay. Okay, so you've got your group of learners. 10 is popular. You've got your group of learners. Now, I want you to think of just one thing which would help their learning. Now, if I think back to classes I taught, it might be, if they would learn better, if they would only concentrate more in class, concentrate for longer. Another class, very frustrating. They would learn more if they actually took risks, if they actually spoke more in class, if they were more confident about speaking. Okay, so in terms of our classroom-based practice for improvement, hopefully we've all identified an issue. Okay. Yep, I think quite a few of you, the word collaboration is coming up, about students collaborating. So you've got an issue that you've identified for that class. Their learning would improve if they were more confident in speaking, etc. So the next step would actually be to find out possible solutions for this. We could go off now to the bookshelf in the teacher's room, have a little look to see what ideas there might be. We might Google it, see what suggestions there are. We might go and talk to other teachers to see if they've got any suggestions. But right now, we can't do that, although you could possibly Google. Right now, we can try and think of ideas ourselves. So, for example, for my learners who can't concentrate, I think that's a problem. Maybe it's actually that I'm not providing enough variety in my classroom. Maybe my activities are too long and I need to think about shorter activities, or a more variety of my presentation, so I engage them more at the beginning. Or with my learners who aren't confident speaking, maybe it's because I need to give them more safer tasks, or tasks they can achieve, that are easier, they get success, they build their confidence. Maybe more planning time. Maybe they need to rehearse more, or to repeat the tasks several times to improve their fluency and confidence. So my second step is coming up with a number of possible solutions to the issue. So I've got a range for the speaking. So I'm just going to pick one of them, decide what to do next. So I'm going to choose one of my possible solutions and experiment in class. So for example, speaking, I think they need more repetition. The research shows that actually encourages fluency. So I'm going to try a task. I'm going to watch a certain group of learners to see how they respond. So for example, I could do a task. They have 2 minutes to do the speaking activity. Then I change groups. They have 1 minute to do it with another group. So it's almost like it kind of adds a bit of fun, competition too. And then they do it a third time in 30 seconds with another group. And the research tells me that actually is very positive in developing fluency. So I experiment in class. I watch a group of learners and I think, well, how did that go? Actually, maybe it wasn't as wonderful as I thought. In fact, it didn't work as well as I expected. So I need to think about why, what happened. And then I think, well, actually, I just pushed them into that task and thought repetition would solve it, but I didn't give them enough planning time. So then I think, okay, next time I do a speaking, I will really scaffold the planning. So I try again. Scaffold it this time with scaffold planning before the repetition activities. And then I reflect on it, and yes, much more positive outcomes. So the in-practice experimentation cycle is actually needs to go over time to be embedded in practice, because we're never going to get it right the first time. And one critical element of the cycle is reflection. Now, again, reflecting on practice is very powerful, but often it's not done, I think often it's kind of done in a very cursory surface way and not really in depth as it needs to be. I mentioned 7 elements of effective professional development, which the research has shown, and reflection is another one of them. So it can be really powerful if done correctly. So I'd like you to think about, when you think about what happened in your classroom, and I think we've already got a definition in the chat box. You're one step ahead of me, but I wonder if you could just complete this sentence. Reflection is. And again, please type anything in the chat box. I like some of the comments. The gates of wisdom, very nice. Conscious consideration. Yep, lots of deep thinking, critical thinking. Yep, wonderful. Some really nice sentence completion there. And I'll just give you share with you how I finished the sentence here. So as many of you have said, it's remembering what happened, deciding if it was successful, and the why. I think that's where your critical thinking, your deep thinking is coming in. And that's really important, because nothing will change if you don't understand why. A quick true-false question. True or false? Pop your answer into the chat. Yes. Yep, I certainly agree with it. I mean, considering different points of view is a sign of developed reflection skills, and you know we're reflecting in order to improve our teaching, not to show that we're perfect teachers. So we do need to be honest and open. Now, actually, we do need guidance when reflecting, though, because thinking deeply without structure, you know, might not lead us to new insights. So I've got 5 questions here, 5 reflection questions, which I think can really guide your thinking, really guide your deep thinking when you're reflecting. But of course, I've gapped them. So I'll give you a minute or two to see if you can complete the gaps. And again, please do write in the chat box. Okay, I think pretty much everyone's got has matched the first answer. Not necessarily all of them, but I think you've got most of them. So let's have a look. I think everybody had what did they learn? Second one's very important. What evidence do you have? How do you know they learned that? I think sometimes it's very easy to get caught up in perhaps teaching. We teach through a course book. Students come in, we work through the course book, they leave. And how do we know what it is that they've left the classroom knowing that they didn't know when they came in? And then, of course, the connection between teaching and learning always. What did you do specifically that helped them? Could you have done things differently so they learned faster? And what did you learn about your teaching? So I think those 5 questions are really helpful in guiding your deeper thinking, your critical thinking, and can be applied to any lesson. So I think now we've looked at, I guess, a process for developing your teaching expertise through your in-practice with your learners, identifying a problem, finding solutions and reflecting, and just keeping that process going so that any changes are embedded in your practice. Second area we identified for teacher leadership was collaboration, influencing your colleagues, being collaborative. Just give you a minute to read those 2 quotes. As you can see, again, there's been a lot of research on collaboration, peer collaboration over recent years, and it is one of the 7 aspects for effective development, and it really strengthens expertise and allows for opportunities to influence others and implement change. Again, there's one piece of research looked at the value of collaboration, as we've talked about, the in-class experimentation. If you're told that something is a good way of working, a good method, a good approach, evidence shows that doesn't really lead to change. Again, it's through doing that we actually manage to manage change. So, over to you again. In what ways do you collaborate with your peers? Now, some of you may do this a lot, but I just say a couple of years ago, we, in a questionnaire around teacher development, we found that this was something that not many teachers at all really engaged in fully. I think there was always been a sense that perhaps teaching is like, like an egg carton, everybody's in their separate area. And it really is a very powerful way for development and influencing. So I'd be very interested to know what you do in your schools or out of your schools. And I think some of you have started putting some ideas in the chat box, so wonderful to see some more. So Facebook communities, Okay, it's nice to talk about a teaching team. Seems a bit of sharing, exchanging ideas, and I wonder how, I suppose, how formal or informal you do that. Yeah, a lot of sharing meetings. Okay, great. So once a month, so some formal meetings. Okay, and just chatting. Okay. Okay, I'm going to run through a couple of collaborative practices and say how you can exert influence through them. Yes, I've just seen, yes, online meetings at the moment. Okay, so here's a few collaborative practices and I'll just talk around them a little. Now, I don't think anybody mentioned shared lesson planning. Obviously, working with a colleague who teaches the same level or the same age learners, it's a great opportunity to share experience and ideas when planning, and it might lead you to trying something that you just wouldn't have thought of normally. So that's a great way to, if you're involved in that, you can influence others through suggesting practices that person might not have thought of before. Similar in a way to team teaching. This is perhaps more difficult to do logistically because you might not have the free time to join another teacher to teach. But again, it's a wonderful way of developing collegiality, and it allows you to experience other styles of teaching that you might not have thought of, and to also see the learner's response to that. Peer observation. Again, there might be logistical challenges with this, although it is possible, increasingly possible with technology to record your own classroom. Now, I think this potentially could be threatening, thinking of somebody coming in your classroom, judging you, but in fact, with a pre-agreed focus, it's a really positive experience. If a teacher is coming into your class to look at the learners and not your teaching, then that's really where the focus should be. So, and the teacher can identify things that you might not have noticed, things about the learners and learner behaviour. So it can be very rewarding. But as I say, it's really important to be supportive and non-judgmental. Coaching or mentoring, of course. Just to distinguish, coaching is really about improving practice. So maybe there are specific development goals and you're working with somebody who's giving feedback on strengths and weaknesses with the goal of improving practice, like a football coach. And again, that's actually quite challenging to pitch because, again, as a peer, as a colleague, you want to be supportive. And mentoring, again, that's when some places have formal mentoring systems and some more informal, but it's when an experienced teacher is supporting a newer teacher, and it tends to be responsive. So you're responding to the teacher's needs and questions they have around the teaching process. But again, both of those are opportunities where you can support and influence. Reading groups. These can be fun and handled in many different ways. So, for example, You could meet once a term, once a month. You could have a different person choosing either a book or an article that everybody reads, or it could be that two people read it and they synthesize and share the information, and you discuss how it might apply to your practice. And again, that's, it's good for all experience of teacher, but I guess when you're more experienced and you might be reading more applied linguistics or titles around the latest research, then that can be really interesting to think, does it apply to our context? And of course, again, you can exert influence through topics and the conversations in the group. Idea sharing forums. These can be great fun. At a school where I'm a governor, a secondary school, they have these every term, but every teacher who wants to take part has 3 minutes to present an idea, and they're cut off after 3 minutes. So it's quite a lot of energy, and a lot of ideas are shared in the time, and so there's always something for somebody to take away. So setting up an ideas sharing forum can be a great energizer and motivator. Collaborative inquiry. Now this is kind of moving on from as an individual influencing other teachers to actually working with groups of teachers, which might ultimately lead in changing some of the practices in your school. So this is similar to what you're doing, what you might do as an expert teacher investigating your own classroom. It's a group of teachers engaging jointly into a shared problem of practice. So in pairs or small groups, you might identify a problem. It might be in your school that actually the learners just aren't engaging with the learning materials. You might think, well, why is it? Is the level of the book perhaps not the right level? Too difficult, too easy for those learners? Not the right level of challenge? The topics not appropriate for them. They're not engaging, they're not interested in the topics of the book. Or it might be that there's just not enough speaking practice, for example. So as a group, you might try and find out what the cause is. So you'd all investigate and come back together and share your findings. And if, for example, you did find that for whatever reason the group just wasn't working with your learners, it wasn't just one class, it was across the age group, then you're in a position to speak to the decision maker and get the course book changed, for example. Another one that's a group activity is group reflection on critical incidents. And this, for example, so again, a small group, you might monitor your teaching for a period of time. It could be a term, a month, and you note down any critical incidents that you experience. Now, a critical incident is when something in the class has not gone as expected, and it's an opportunity for learning. It's not one of your everyday things, but something you really didn't expect. And it might be that when you meet, you have a written account, so you note down. You might have some set questions about this that you might want to answer. And then you meet with your group and you share your experience. So you've actually reflected on it, you've written it down, and you tell your group what you've learned from it. And that idea is expanded more fully in the book. I've just put the book cover there by Jack Richards, about 50 tips for teacher development. There are a number of ideas in there. So again, this is a way where you're a community and you're looking at improving practice. And again, it might lead on to whole school practice. And I just actually have an example of a critical incident here. So I just wonder, has anyone experienced anything like this? And students, a whole group of students, I mean, in classes there are different personality types and not everybody is comfortable with everything and doesn't want to join in. But have you ever experienced a whole group that doesn't want to do group work? No, maybe in your teaching context you have learners that are happy to participate and understand perhaps the value of developing those communicative skills, but certainly there are instances. You're very lucky. So we've had a bit of a swift run through of ways of developing using the sort of teacher leadership construct as a way, a route for development for experienced teachers. And I just want to sum up really. The focus should always be on improving learning, thinking about what areas in your classroom you can improve, thinking about a process of experimentation and reflection that's ongoing. It's important that this is sustained over time for true change to happen. And where you're developing your teaching expertise, you're modelling professional behaviours for those around you. So you're developing trust and respect from your colleagues. And then when you're comfortable, you're sharing your learnings. It sounds like a lot of you are sharing ideas already. And you're collaborating with colleagues and extending your influence that way. And I think it also sounds like a lot of what you've been doing is quite, I suppose, informal sharing. And I think that some of the ways that I've outlined here of collaborative practices, slightly more formalised, but can be actually quite powerful because I guess they're more scaffolded. So I guess there are more opportunities for reflection and finding solutions, addressing problems within them. And that, of course, leads you to think, how many of these issues are widespread across our learners, our institution, and are there ways that we actually need to address some of the whole school practice? So I think it's a very rewarding model for continued development at this kind of more proficient and expert level of teacher. And I hope some of you agree with that. Just got a minute. Perhaps you could write down in the chat box if anything has occurred to you through the session, if there's one area that you would like to investigate with your learners, where you would like to try and affect change once your term starts. And also if there's one new way of collaborative practice that you think you might like to try out in your institution. It'd be lovely just to see some of your ideas, what your areas of interest are. That's good to know. Sharing forums are useful. Team teaching has come up a couple of times. Okay, great. And we're at the end of the session, so I'm going to finish with this final thought for you by the educator Dylan William. And I really like that. It just stresses the point that learning is an ongoing process. No matter how good we are, we can be even better. So, thank you very much.
My teaching abilities.
I feel amazing.
I feel much more confident in my teaching abilities.
I feel amazing. For me, it's a big accomplishment.
Amazing and also rewarding.
And online teaching, I'm not a very tech person, so put a little bit of pressure on me.
Well, the input was great. The social part was there as well. I feel like I'm part of a network now.
It's great. Even when you're tired, it's still engaging.
Online is easier. The content quality is the same, for sure, which is very high.
I think it gave us more time, we didn't have to commute to international house and back. We had, I think, easier access to all the resources, like they were right there. And online teaching, I'm not a very tech person, so put a little bit of pressure on me.
Well, the input was great.
So put a little bit of pressure on me.
Well, the input was great. The social part was there as well. I feel like I'm part of a network there as well.
Even when you're tired, it's still engaging.
Online is easier. Content quality is the same. Content quality is the same, for sure.
More time, we didn't have to commute to
in my teaching abilities.
I feel amazing. For me, it's a big accomplishment.
Amazing and also rewarding.
And online teaching, I'm not a very tech person, so put a little bit of pressure on me.
Well, the input was great. The social part was there as well. I feel like I'm part of a network now.
It's great. Even when you're tired, it's still engaging.
Online is easier. The content quality is the same, for sure, which is very high.
I think it gave us more time, we didn't have to commute to international house and back. We had, I think, easier access to all the resources, like they were right there.
Do it. Do it as soon as possible. Don't postpone for another year.
Maybe, and this is only because I felt this way, maybe to play with Zoom a little bit before starting the course.
Just do it, but make sure that you pause your life.
First of all, it's going to make me a better teacher for the position I currently hold. And I cannot wait to do I teach kids next year and dazzle them with all my new.
And because I miss being, with people, with a team, and be part of a team. And
I am also a bit of a traveler, and I hope to work and being able to see different parts of the world.
For me, this was more than I could ask or hope for. The course is very well organized.
Cambridge level, that quality, that involvement, that feedback, that support, everything. It was beyond my expectations.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Right. Got 1 minute to go time. Hello. Right. Excellent. We've got a chatty bunch, which means that I can probe your ideas later on in the session. Well, it's 10 past, so welcome to my session. My name is Julie, and I'm a collaborating CELTA and Delta trainer with International House Bucharest. I started off my career at IH Bucharest as a mere teacher, and then I moved into teacher training about 5 years ago, and I have been doing CELTA and Delta sessions ever since. The subject of today's session is teaching grammar, and it's an everlasting subject. We have so much to say about it because grammar is not a fossil; it's a living thing, and it let's say it evolves just as our methodologies evolves as well. Okay. So let me walk you through the menu of today's session. There we go. We're going to be looking at three things. We're going to explore our beliefs about grammar. And this it stems from beliefs from teachers and beliefs from students as well. What do we think grammar is, and how relevant is it in the communicative English classroom? Then we're going to be getting into the meat of things, which is how to teach grammar, probably the reason why you're here. And lastly, because I think that teaching grammar is not enough, we're going to be looking at how to practice grammar. So that's one of the, let's say, key threads in my session today, that teaching grammar is not enough. We must also help students practice the grammar that they've learned. So let's start with investigating our beliefs about grammar. This is where I'm going to need your help. I have three beliefs. These I've collected from students, from teachers, and I would like you to tell me to what extent do you agree with this. The first belief is probably one that you expect, and the reason why I suspect you're here. A lot of people, both teachers and students, saying that teaching grammar is tedious and it's dull and it's uninteresting, but it's also a very necessary part of learning a language. The second belief is that the aim of teaching grammar is the expansion of linguistic knowledge. This is about teaching grammar as for its own sake, let's say, yeah? Teaching students what tenses are, teaching students meta language, and so on. And the last one, probably similar to our first statement, is that students need to learn grammar. And they need it because it is required of them. It's in all the course books, it's in the school syllabus, they see it in tests. It's the number one thing that we assess learners on. You know, think about the last exam that you took with a student. You looked out for their ability to produce accurate grammar. Okay. All right. So have a think. You can share your thoughts or have a think for yourself. Where do you stand on this spectrum? Okay. I'm happy when we get different answers. It means that you will be learning something new. A lot of people saying that we love teaching grammar. Absolutely. And I hope to tap into that love later on. Okay, some partial agreement happening as well. Okay. All right, some partial agreement there as well. It's good because it means that there are different contexts in which these statements are necessary, let's say. Okay. All right. Excellent, guys. So, I'm going to now share with you my views on these three statements, and I hope that they reflect your views, or I hope that it will give you some food for thought. So let's start with the first one, which is teaching grammar is tedious but necessary. I happen to disagree with this, and the reason for that is the following. Most of the times, this is something that we project onto our students, that we think grammar is boring, that we think grammar is dull, but it's still that it's difficult for students, and that we just have to power through it. And just as some of you have said that you love teaching grammar, the same thing applies to students. There are students who love grammar, who love looking at the intricacies of language. Think about yourselves as students of English. I'm the ideal student for a grammar lesson because I like looking at things and working out how they relate to one another. Most of the times, it's not grammar itself that it's dull. As I said before, it's like a living organism. It changes with times. It evolves, and we can talk about the changes in English grammar from 20 years ago to today at great length. But the problem in the English language classroom is that often it is the choice of methods or the choice of teaching materials that may be uninspiring both for teachers and for students. And it's a two-pronged attack that we must set. Is thinking about the materials, thinking about the topics that engage our students, and then thinking of the best way to deliver them, to wrap them so that we can make this engaging. And I hope to give you some ideas later on in the session. The second statement, teaching grammar for the sake of grammar. Again, I think the answer here depends very much on the class that we're teaching. I see grammar as two different things depending on the context I am in. The first picture that you have there with my glasses very strategically placed upon a traditional grammar book represents teaching grammar as, let's say, an object of study. If you happen to teach at university level, if your students need to learn about the grammar of the structure of a language in a very structured and academic way, then that is probably the best way for them to have a look at it, to look at grammar as the object of their studies. However, most of us here, I presume, happen to teach in a general English classroom, where grammar is not an object of study, but it is a means to an end, and that end is communication. We teach our students grammar because we want them to be better communicators. We want them to be able to translate the ideas in their minds into language that is, let's say, comprehensible to the other person. So in the English language classrooms, in the classrooms that we're teaching in now, I see grammar as a means to an end. And in that sense, there are two definitions that we can give to grammar. We can go with what Thornbury says, that grammar is let's say, a sentence making machine. And this is true, especially for those students where the object of their study is the grammar of a language. However, in our English language classrooms, I tend to see grammar as a meaning making machine, a tool that helps our students make good choices about, let's say, the language that they're going to use. So, keeping that in mind, the focus from grammar as an object of study to grammar as a tool, I have changed my perspective on what it means to teach grammar in the classroom. And then comes this third statement. I do believe that students need to focus on grammar. Probably not for the reason course books or syllabus tell us to, but still it's an important part of language teaching. And I firmly believe that any teacher can explain grammar. I think that we are eminently ready and trained to do this. This is not a problem. I think that good teachers can clarify and practice grammar. Yeah, so the both of them need to be balanced. And also, the third thing, I believe that great teachers empower students to learn grammar. What does that mean? It means that we need to give our students the tools to help them understand grammar without us necessarily being present there. Okay? Good. So, keeping this in mind, that we are focusing on grammar as a means to an end, keeping in mind that we can get students interested in grammar if we choose the right approach and if we choose the right materials, and keeping in mind that we have to balance clarification and practice, we're going to move on to the second part of our session today, which is how to teach grammar. Let's see. The first thing I want to do again is to investigate your beliefs about teaching grammar. So, when it comes to teaching in general, whether it's grammar or functional language or lexis, or focusing on pronunciation, what do you think? How do students learn best? And how do you encourage your students to learn? All right. If you'd like to share your answers in the chat box, that would be great. All right, a lot of you are on the same page as me, thinking about grammar and clarifying and practicing. Real contexts, good. Building self-awareness. I like the ideas from Constanza, yes. Okay. Real life situations, personal experiences. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Okay. Well, I can see that your principles are similar to my principles, so I would like to share that with you. Um, my principles are the following. I think that students learn by doing tasks, and this is the basics of any teaching experience or any learning experience that I try to promote in my classroom. We need to engage students in doing activities. I think that the tasks that we set should be collaborative. Unless it's reading and listening, where we have to, by the nature of the process, we have to decode the information individually. Anything else in the classroom, no matter what kind of task it is, can be done collaboratively. This helps students help each other. It helps us get a better understanding of what they're struggling with, and it promotes communication ultimately. And just like many of you have said, I think that tasks should be contextualized, and we're going to see what that means exactly. And I think that they should be communicative. And by communicative, I mean real life, in the sense that they have to replicate to a certain extent or to the best of our abilities situations that students will encounter in the real life. And also, what I mean by communicative is you have two people in a conversation. The listener has to be able to have a goal, a reason to listen to the speaker. And that is communication, is when there is an outcome to whatever task that we set them. So, given these three examples, doing tasks collaboratively, and doing tasks which are communicative, let's see what we can do in terms of clarifying grammar. And some of you have already hinted to that in the chat box, I see. The technique that has been the predominant style in communicative language teaching, at least for the past decade or so, is the discovery of grammar, and the guided one, because the students are guided by the task and by the teacher. Open any book, any course book, whether it's for exam practice or whether it's for general English, and you'll see that the approach that they have towards teaching grammar is a guided discovery approach. And this is what I would like to first investigate. Yes, the CELTA method, someone is saying, yeah, usually taught on the CELTA, part of a bigger range of inductive approaches. So traditionally, the deductive way of teaching grammar was have a look at the rules, and here are some examples. What inductive teaching has done is said, okay, have a look at the examples and work out the rules. And this is what course books do today, if you have a closer look at them. Next, I'm going to investigate how guided discovery works in course books, and then I'm going to present to you my little tweaks to it. So, let's see. The course book version of a guided discovery follows the next steps. You have, this is the materials that I've used just from a random course book I picked from my library. It's a complete first certificate, so for students preparing for a first certificate exam. And the first thing that our students are asked to do is read and listen, or listen to a text. The example that I have chosen is based on a listening text. It's pretty straightforward. The students are asked to make some predictions based on pictures, and then they listen and match. Classic gist task. The purpose of this is to give practice in listening for gist or for getting a general idea, but also there's a secondary aim, which is to expose the students to the target language embedded in the text or found in the text. The next step is once the students have understood the context or the context, the text, we isolate marker sentences. These are the sentences that contain the target language and are a clear and unambiguous use of whatever target language we're wanting to be teaching. In our book, this is the task that the book suggests. They are given examples from the listening they've just heard, and they are asked to differentiate between present simple and present continuous. The next stage is probably a little bit more useful, is they are asked to match these examples to the uses, to the predetermined uses in the of the present simple and present continuous. And this task can be also expanded with a focus on form and a focus on pronunciation. Generally, course books are pretty good at that, of giving us very detailed exercises to focus on form and pronunciation. So this is what's happening in the course books, and this is a solid, tried and tested and true method. It will work and it will yield results. Why will it work? Well, this task, the sort of contextualizing task, well, it works because it puts the language in context. A sin, or let's say a trespass of the deductive teaching approach, was that the examples that were provided were completely decontextualized. They were just meant to illustrate a particular use. They were always sentence level, not text level. And they didn't provide enough clues for the students to be able to work out what the usage was. So it's important in that sense to provide meaningful contexts. Those are texts, whether they are spoken or written, that engage students effectively at the beginning, if you will. Okay. The next part, this is the true sort of guided discovery. It's a task. It's guided in the sense that you are there to help students through it. And the best way to exploit a task like that is to ask students to work on this collaboratively. Get them to do this in pairs or in small groups rather than individually. There are many reasons for doing this. One of them is because it lessens the cognitive overload, and it lessens the frustrations that students feel. They feel like, oh my God, I'm being tested. But if they work together on this, they will be able to help each other out. They will be able to sound out ideas, and it will give you a clearer picture of what they know and what they don't know. And ultimately, I think that talking about grammar is useful for its own sake. It's useful in the fact that it fosters communication, and a lot of recent research has shown that it's a useful communication practice. Norrington Davies, on the shoulder of Ellis and of Swan, argue that allowing students to hypothesize and to think about different usages is good communication practice. So, keeping this in mind, as I said, the course book edition of A Guided Discovery is useful and it will yield good results. However, I'm probably being nitpicky, but I do want to make it better. And here are the problems that I have with what course books have to offer. Remember that the example that I showed you was from a first certificate book, and this first certificate book implies that students are late intermediate, upper intermediate level. And if this is in unit 1, so ultimately I'm thinking to myself, are they actually learning something new, or are they just regurgitating some rules that they've previously been taught? Also, I believe that grammar is a choice. And grammar is a choice of how we put language together to express meaning. So rather than focusing so much on rules and getting students to repeat rules, how many times we go through level through level through level, and the same things we say about present simple used for factual stuff, present continuous used for actions happening now. This is language that's been repeated over and over again. And I think that we should try to investigate, as students become more proficient and more confident, investigate reasons why things happen. Because these reasons answer one vital question, which is why the speaker makes the choices about the language that they use. So, this switch from rules to reasons, how do we bring that about? Well, let's go back to our example. Remember this listening? The book offered us suggestions about the guided discovery in the book was about present simple and present continuous. When I listened to the audio and I looked at the transcript, I found something very interesting. One of the speakers actually uses quite a lot of the present perfect continuous. And it's a very good contextualized example of when we use the present perfect continuous in real life. So this, what I'm going to present to you next is a lesson that I did with my FCE class based on the present perfect continuous, using listening from the course book, but just adapting the guided discovery a little bit more. And this is what I did. Similar to what the book had to offer, I had my marker sentences, my examples, which I then extracted from the text once the students were done with the listening task. And my marker sentences were, it's been great fun, we've all been doing it together, I've been learning a lot about DUI and so on. And then I asked my CCQs, my concept checking questions, all of the CELTA method, tried and true. But what I have changed is that next to it, I also gave the students this. I gave them the transcript. And I asked one extra question, which is, how do you know? If you tell me that these activities, yes, indeed started in the past, how do you know? Look at the text and tell me. And I get students to show me in the text where the answer is. This, I find that it helps students because it shifts the method it shifts the focus from rules, the rules that they already probably know, to reasons, to investigating the choices that the speaker has made. A simple tweak like this, getting the students to ask why and how do you know, and giving them opportunities to provide to find the contextual clues and provide you with evidence, is actually very helpful. Because what I want them eventually to learn are two things. I want them to identify the context, the real life situation in which they could confidently use and accurately use the present perfect continuous. And also, I want to build in them this curiosity and this ability to think critically and analytically. And it's working. Of course, it will require some learner training. Of course, you have to do it over and over again to get students to get used to what you're doing. However, once they get the hang of it, it produces very, very good results. So that's one step, the inquiry phase in the guided discovery. And all I've done is just ask the students why. The easiest thing to do is just take the coursebook edition of the guided discovery task and ask the students why. If you don't have time or you want to be quick about it. If you have time, you can maybe rearrange or rephrase some of the questions in more student-friendly language. I usually find that guided discoveries in course books are often very meta-language heavy, moving into that grammar as an object of study area. So you can make it a little bit more, let's say, student-friendly language-wise. However, this is only one step, and this works for the Julies of the world, the students who are analytical and who like picking things apart. However, it may not work for some students who are more practically oriented, who learn by doing and by producing language. So we have to balance that out. I think the next part, after we've clarified, is to practice grammar. And here is where we see how inextricably linked these two tasks are. In my lesson that I did with my students, my control practice activity was similar to the text that they heard and looked at. And I asked my students a very simple, straightforward question. Fill in the gaps with the correct form of the verb. I asked them to do this together, and I asked them to think of why again. Why did you use the form of the verb? Show me clues, show me ideas. My aim was to practice present perfect continuous. And I thought, they've already seen a model, we've done the clarification stage. Surely they'll be able to hint that this is kind of the verb form that I wanted them to practice. However, one of the students came up with an interesting question, and the question was, he said, so instead of, so we've been keeping busy, he said, are keeping busy. And he asked, this is what I'd say because it's an action happening now at the moment of speaking or around the moment of speaking. Can I use that? And this led to so much debate and so much actual communication in the classroom that it was very engaging. So my next step was confronted with something like this. I said, okay, I'm going to show you what Julie, said in the interview. These are the verb forms that I used. Talk to your partner. Why did I use these verb forms? So in a sense, I turned my answer key into a task for the students, again, into a discovery task. And this time, instead of discovery of rules, is discovering of reasons. And we had a very nice chat on why Julie, instead of saying we are keeping busy, said we've been keeping busy, and whether or not both forms are okay or not. Remember, this is the lesson was at upper intermediate level, so people preparing for their FCE exam. And once we explored that a little bit, I felt like the students' confidence and ability to use the grammar had increased, or this particular language point. So the next thing I did was pretty simple. They had to interview their partner using the questions from the listening, and I was on the lookout for their uses of present perfect continuous, and this is something that we discussed at the end in a sort of reactive language feedback session. So my approach to things is that when it comes to teaching grammar, we have two stages. We have clarifying grammar, our good old guided discoveries, our CCQs, whether it's from the book or the ones that we design ourselves. Asking students why, how do you know, giving them opportunities to mine the text for information. And then doing practice, where again we use the questions that we asked in our clarification stage to help students understand the language better and to understand perhaps less the rules that they already know, that they've heard a million times, and more the reasons behind it. So for those of you who are teaching online, I propose we have a little bit more time, so I want to introduce also a flipped discovery of grammar when it comes to practicing. And this is again exploiting the materials and the course books that you have, so that you can help students become a little bit more autonomous. So what you can do is, for example, this is the sort of grammar summary of present perfect simple and present perfect continuous in my course book. What you can do is, ask students to research this before the lesson. They can use the course book. They can go online. You can refer them to YouTube videos. And then during the lesson, what you can do is just do what the book suggests, practicing, but this time completing the tasks and referring to their research. So giving them a chance to do their homework, do their grammar research before the lesson, and then during the lesson focus on the practical aspects and turning our feedback stages, feedback to the gap fills or the freer practices that we set, as teaching opportunities to clarify what the students might have misunderstood. So this is another way in which you can, let's say, make the students a little bit more engaged and autonomous in certain ways. And this is also a nice way of perhaps allowing the students, managing the students better. Because remember, in our lessons, we have the Julie students, the ones who love picking grammar apart, but we also have the practical students who enjoy more practice activities. So in this way, we can better manage both type of students, both more analytical and more practical. I have a very interesting questions from Nick, who said, how can you make sure the students really research this before the lesson? And this is a question I get asked all the time whenever I introduce the flipped version. Well, obviously, there's not much that I can do when it comes to making sure the students do this. However, I build time in the lesson at the beginning where the students kind of share their research. So you know who the students are. You know who's more likely to do the task and who's more likely to slack off. I start off my lesson with a stage where the students share their research, and I'm careful to pair them up. If I know that some of them are have not, I can introduce, like, have another look at this. What things have you found? And it's all about a lot about student practice and student training and learner training, let's say. But giving them, I've tried this once, I've tried this twice. Normally, there were students who had done the research and students who had not done their research. And then we just took it from there. And then when they saw that I'm going to work on making sure they do their research, they came around quite easily. Well, not quite easily, it took a while, but they finally came around. This is an approach that you can definitely experiment with, see if it works for your classes or not, and you might be surprised with the results that you have. So, to wrap up what we've discussed today, we've looked at the beliefs about grammar, and we've collectively agreed, I think, that grammar in itself, it's not dull as long as it's dealt with in a way that responds to the student's needs. If the students are in a communicative language classroom where their primary goal is to be able to communicate better outside of the classroom, then grammar is a tool, it's a choice. And this is what inspired me to move away from the rules and try to explore reasons why speakers use the grammar structures that they do. We've also had a look at a more inductive way of teaching grammar. And we've had a look at what we call the guided discovery technique. And you can find this in your course books. As I said before, any course book of the last decade will have their version of a guided discovery. Some of them quite good, some of them decent. And I've also introduced you to another way of exploiting the guided discovery stage, which is by asking why. How do you know? Giving students the chance to mine the context for clues. And I think the most important point that I always try to make is that teaching grammar is not enough. You need to practice grammar and you need to transform uh, let's say, feedback stages to practice activities into teaching opportunities and link these two stages together. Okay. So, keeping that in mind, if you have any questions that you would like to ask me about this type of activity and this type of grammar, let's say teaching and practicing, I'm happy to hear your thoughts or your impressions on what we presented today. Thank you so much. I really do hope that what you've learned today inspired you in some way. I have a very nice question from Carmen, who said, "Do you use meta language?" I do. Um, I do use a little bit of meta language, things like form, infinitive, verb, state, all of that. I'm trying to move away from labels. I find that, this is the present simple, this is the present perfect, this is the present continuous. That it's not always that helpful. So I try to focus more on the meaning. Anna has a question about grammar online. Basically, everything that I did, this was actually from a lesson that I taught online. Nothing really changes in the sense that the tasks I set and the collaborative aspect is still the same. It's just a medium that changes. Apart from the flipped version of the classroom. I teach grammar online the same way that I teach grammar in the classroom. I find it a bit easier sometimes because with these all annotation tools and online whiteboards, it's a little bit easier to highlight things for students. Alice is asking us if do you think students should learn the rules by heart? No, I don't think they should do that. I think that we should revision is a very important part. Obviously, some guidelines are useful, but all of these rules, everything that we teach our students as, or the course books teach as rules, stem from certain reasons, and I think that's the change that we need to make. Grammar in Constanza's asking us about grammar in writing. Well, again, it's really about changing focus on meaning. And when you're faced with a writing task or written text, we have this tendency of kind of being overly corrective about things. But you can sort of prioritize the grammar items that you want to focus on. And again, use these questions. Why? How do you know this? Why did you use this? Why is the best way of, why is this your choice? And take it from there. And as Alice was saying earlier, revision is actually quite important. How many times have you taught, I don't know, the present perfect, and you say, oh, they students don't know the present perfect. I taught it a month ago. Well, without practice, without revising, and when I mean revising, I don't mean revising the rules, I mean giving students opportunities to produce the target language in a real life context. I think that's also very important. And again, this stems from this belief that actually practice activities when it comes to clarifying grammar are more important than the actual teaching part. I think that students learn grammar from each other. And I think that students learn by doing. They don't necessarily learn from tests, they don't necessarily learn from corrections, they learn by practicing. Yes, at the beginning, because they had a whole summer where they haven't really understood any of the or they haven't really practiced any of the target language that we focused on. Absolutely. I think Liliana's making a very good point that practice and constant revision, especially through collaboration, I cannot emphasize this enough. Turn all your guided discoveries, all of your inquiries to students into collaborative tasks, into pair work and small group work, and you will see very definite changes and positive changes. As I said, talking about grammar, helping each other out, it's valid communication practice. Okay, guys. Before I leave you, I just wanted to share with you, well, my bibliography, so to speak. I used my tasks are taken from Complete First Certificate, but if you're interested in learning more about this switch transition from rules to reasons, I definitely recommend Danny Norrington Davis's book. Okay, and if you want to get in touch or if you want to find out more things about grammar and methodology, I'm on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And I'm always happy to hear from new people and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Hamilton House is an English language teaching publishing company committed to developing materials that play a critical role in raising the quality of English language. Hamilton House is an English language teaching publishing company committed to developing materials that play a critical role in raising the quality of English language learning around the world. Our books are currently being used in many leading private language schools as well as government schools around the world. At Hamilton House, we are all well aware that teaching English is a difficult and demanding task, and that teachers require innovative, high-quality resources to inspire their students. The editorial and writing staff at Hamilton House draw on their experience of international markets and feedback from many teachers over the years to develop a wide range of materials that will motivate and help students learn English. Our materials combine the best of the latest developments in education in multiple formats and media, with CLIL, values, and learner-centered instruction that address the distinct learning needs, interests, aspirations, and cultural backgrounds of individual students and their teachers. All of our courses come with our exclusive interactive whiteboard software for the teacher and ebooks for students. This software includes live videos, animations, games, and interactive exercises which will bring your classrooms to life while enhancing your students' learning experience. We are also pleased to announce the launch of the Hamilton House digital online platform. This is a multi-platform online learning environment for learners of English. Students log in to complete a wide variety of online activities, including reading, grammar, vocabulary, and listening practice. The online exercises complement Hamilton House coursebooks to offer a blended learning solution, thus enhancing the learning experience. Furthermore, our platform is the ideal tool for online and distance learning. For more information, please visit www.hamiltonhousepublishers.com.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for attending our session. Unfortunately, due to the circumstances, the special circumstances that we're all facing, we can't meet face to face, but the organizers have once again done an amazing job setting up this online conference. Now, for our session, we are going to talk about developing critical thinking skills in the online classroom. Now, before we start, let me introduce myself for those of you who I didn't have the chance to meet last year. My name is Akis Panayi. I am a Hamilton House teacher trainer, a Cambridge Assessment English presenter. I'm a tutor on the Cambridge CELTA course and an examiner for Cambridge qualifications A1 to B2. For those of you who do Cambridge exams, that's starters, movers, flyers, key, preliminary, and first. But above all, I'm a classroom teacher. Now, for our session, the aims of our session are the following. We are going to address the following questions in as much detail as possible. What is critical thinking? Why teach critical thinking skills? How do I know if my students are critical thinkers? What are lots and hots? These are two terms that we will come across later on in the presentation. Can my course book help me teach critical thinking? We're going to look at some examples from a course book and see how the course book can help and guide the teacher to help the students develop critical thinking skills. What questions can I ask my students to make them think? We're going to look at some questions that you can raise in the classroom to target critical thinking skills, and how is critical thinking interrelated with academic success. Now, let's start with the question, what is critical thinking? Critical thinking is something that we mention to our students. It's something that everybody talks about, but what does it really mean? What is critical thinking? Well, critical thinking is the ability to think clearly and rationally about what to do or what to believe. It includes the ability to engage in reflective and independent thinking. Now, I highlighted some key words, the word clearly and rationally and reflective and independent. Now, to engage in reflective and independent thinking, first of all, you must have some knowledge of the topic that you're talking about. And in order to be an independent thinker, you must also develop your own judgment. And these are skills that the teacher can help the student develop during their lesson. That's something that we will talk about later more extensively. Some things that other people have said about critical thinking. Critical thinking is, according to Matthew Lipman, skillful, responsible thinking that facilitates good judgment. The highlighted words are words that I find that they are very important to understand what critical thinking really is: skillful, responsible, and good judgment. Anthony Blair has said that critical thinking is recognizing the rules of various sources, making the appropriate evaluative judgment of their reliability, and continually adjusting your beliefs accordingly. Being flexible, that's what it means. Being flexible, being open-minded, use various sources, not just one source of information, but various sources, and then use these sources, use this pool of information to adjust your own beliefs and make your own judgment. Now, why teach critical thinking skills? Why is it important to help our students develop critical thinking? There are a couple of reasons. Philosophical reasons, first of all. To produce language, students need something to talk or write about. That's a philosophical reason. In order to produce language, to produce words, to produce phrases and extended writing, students need something to talk or write about, and they need to have good, solid knowledge of that subject in order to talk or write about it. Compelling ideas, thought-provoking topics. The more you read, the more you develop compelling ideas. And this is something that will help students later on in the college or university where they choose to continue their studies. Using your critical thinking skills provides you with your own unique voice. It's what we said before. You use various sources of information, and then you use these sources to make up your own judgment and have your own unique voice and your own opinion about the given topic. And a good teacher makes you think even when you don't want to. That's a famous quote from Robert Fischer. Now, let's have a look at psychological reasons about why teach critical thinking skills. Psychological reasons. Well, critical thinking skills involve solving problems and puzzles. Students need to be able to approach texts critically. It's what we call critical reading. Read something and use your prior knowledge to approach the text that you are currently reading in a critical way. Research paper writing, that's something that, again, the students will be faced with, especially during college or university time. And language learning, like any learning, is enhanced when we challenge the brain to think critically. Now, let's move on to the question, how do I know that the right students are critical thinkers? What are the signs? what should I be looking for to check if my students are actually thinking critically? Well, the students, must have the ability to analyze and evaluate. You give them the information or they read something, they are given the facts, and they have the ability to analyze the facts and evaluate them. They can communicate logically using the information that you have given them. They have the desire to be well informed. They're asking questions, and that's something that we, the teachers, should always do. Encourage the students to ask as many questions as possible. Next, they are honest with themselves. They know what they can do, they know their strengths, they know their weaknesses, they know that they might not have all the information at hand, but they need something more. That's why they ask and they analyze and evaluate. They're open-minded. They are open to new ideas. They are open and they're flexible, and they have the ability to adjust their own beliefs and change their ideas. And they are flexible, as we said. Now, the teachers should encourage independence in all areas of student life. The earlier students develop independence, the more well equipped they are to grow as learners and make connections, both across the content areas and in the world around them. Now, let's talk about theory a little bit more before we move on to more practical things. In all of my workshops, I like to have half the workshop is about theory, and the other half is about more practical things that we can actually do and use in the classroom with our students. Now, I'm sure you are already familiar with this man right here that you can see in the picture. That's Benjamin Bloom. You might not be familiar with his face, but I'm sure you've heard his name before. Well, we can't have a session on critical thinking without mentioning Benjamin Bloom, who's an educational psychologist, and he developed the taxonomy that we are all aware of, and we will have a look at in a moment. Bloom's taxonomy of learning objectives, developed in 1956, is used to define how well a skill or competency is learned or mastered. Now, in 2001, Anderson and Krathwohl aimed to reflect a more active form of thinking. They took Bloom's taxonomy and changed it a little bit, and now we have a more active version of the taxonomy. And in the next slide, you will understand what I'm talking about. In this slide here, we have the two pyramids. The one was created in 1956 by Benjamin Bloom, and the other one is the evaluation of Bloom's taxonomy, and the new pyramid that we've mentioned before, the new hierarchy of learning objectives, which aimed to reflect a more active form of thinking. The hierarchy, as we said, is named after Benjamin Bloom, and is a classification, a taxonomy of learning objectives for educators to consider. Now, the two main changes that Anderson and Krathwohl have made to Bloom's taxonomy are the following. First of all, in 1956, Bloom chose to make the taxonomy using nouns to show the hierarchy of learning objectives, starting with knowledge, having knowledge of the information, of the facts, comprehension, then application, analysis, synthesis, and lastly, evaluation. In 2001, Anderson and Krathwohl chose a more active version of learning objectives and have changed the nouns to verbs. So knowledge became to remember the information. Then comprehension became understand. Application, apply, analysis, analyze, and then the other major change is that Anderson and Krathwohl chose to change the order of evaluation and synthesis, and they decided that evaluation should come before creation or synthesis. So we have evaluate and then create. Use the information that you have at hand to create something new. Now, these skills, lower order thinking skills and higher order thinking skills, are categorized as such, as lots and hots, as we call them. So remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. These 6 skills apply to lower order thinking and higher order thinking. What I would like us to do is think which skills are lower order thinking and which skills are higher order thinking. Let's take a moment and think about that. As I'm sure you all realized, lower order thinking skills, or LOTS, are the 3 first skills that we have in the pyramid. Remember, understand, and apply. Basically, gathering information. These are skills that help us gather information. And then higher order thinking skills are the 3 last skills: analyze, evaluate, and create. Processing information. Now, let's look at the lower order thinking skills first and take them one by one. Remembering. What is remembering? Can the student remember the information that we have given them, or they have read in a given text, or they have heard in in a listening text. Then understand. Understanding. Can the student explain sufficiently the ideas or the concepts they have read or heard about? And then applying. Can the student use the new information they have in order in another context or in a different task? Moving on to higher order thinking skills. Analyzing first. Can the student break the information down into its component parts? Evaluate. Can the student assess the value of the information? And lastly, creating. Can the student use the information to produce something new, as we said before? Now, in order to help our students develop all these skills, we have to raise questions in the classroom during the lesson. What you have here in this slide are questions that some of them go with lower order thinking and some of them go with higher order thinking. So we have questions like who, how many, what alternative, why might, what could happen if, when, what, how would you contrast, where, and what would you recommend? We have 10 questions. Five of them help students practice and develop remembering, understanding, and applying the lower order skills. And the other 5 help students develop their ability to analyze, evaluate, and create the higher order thinking skills. Take a moment to think about which questions go with which category, lots or hordes. The lower order thinking skills, the questions that we can use to help our students develop lower order thinking skills are the following questions: who, what, where, when, and how many. And the higher order thinking skills can be developed with questions like why might, what would you recommend, what alternative, what could happen if, and how would you contrast? You can see how the level of challenge increases as we move from lower order to higher order. Higher order thinking skills require students to think more critically and analyze and evaluate and create. Now, all critical thinking skills are important at all levels of language competency. For example, we can practice higher order thinking skills at low language levels, as well as lower order thinking skills at high language levels. And there are plenty of examples of this. What I would like you to do now is look at the following example that we have here for you from the new Hamilton House series Ultimate. And this course book is targeted at B1 level. And this is an example taken from Unit 2. In this in this page, in this unit, students will listen and read about haunted houses. And what I would like us to do is look at the tasks one by one to see how a good course book can help the teacher teach critical thinking skills, and how these skills are implemented in the tasks. Now, in the first task that we have here, students listen to the podcast and complete the notes. They listen to information about haunted houses, so they understand information, and then they have to use their understanding of the information to complete the gaps and complete the notes. That's low-level thinking skills. Then what they have to do is, in the next exercise, they have to label the photos, as we can read in the instructions of the task. Label the photos in exercise 1. Would you still like to visit one of these two houses, A or B? Why and why not? Now, this task helps them with the application of the information that they were given previously. They understood the information, and now they have to apply this information. The teacher can raise more questions here, like how would you use, or what examples can you find to support your opinion, and definitely encourage students to answer the question that is written here, why and why not. In the next task, after the students have listened to the information, now they read about haunted houses. They gather more information. And the task here asks them to read the text and note down 5 things that interested you the most. So what they have to do here, we move from low-level thinking skills to high-level thinking skills, where they have to analyze the information that they read in the text here. They have to analyze the information and note down 5 things that interested them the most. And of course, the teacher here can help the students and ask them the question of why, to have the students reason about the choice with questions like, what are the parts or what are the features of the text that made you give this answer? Or why do you think this? Or what motive is there? And so on and so forth. Lastly, in this final task, in this page, we move from gathering information to processing information. And the final task asks students to use the information that they have heard and read before to create something new. And this is a good example of how we move from low-level thinking to high-level thinking. As you can see in the instructions, the students are asked to prepare the next episode of the World's Most Haunted Houses podcast. And they are asked to go online and find information about haunted houses in other countries, and then prepare a presentation. The task asks them to include information like where the house is, what it is called, when it was built, who lives or who lived there, and what is unusual about it. Of course, the teacher can add many more questions to that list according to your students' abilities. This is a good example of how a course book can become a great tool for the teacher to teach critical thinking skills. We moved from understanding information, applying the information, analyzing the information, and then use all that to create something of our own. There are many more questions that the teacher can raise during the lesson to help students develop low-level thinking skills and high-level thinking skills, starting from knowledge, as you can see in this slide, to test a student's knowledge of the information. You can raise questions like, can you list 4 things, or 3 things, or 2? Can you select something? What is, when did, which one, and where is? To test comprehension, to test students' understanding, you can ask questions like, can you explain what is happening? And how would you compare? Or what facts show this? Or which is the best answer? And how would you summarize? For a student to be able to answer, to be able to summarize a piece of information shows that they have understood, they comprehend the information. Then we move on to testing the student's ability to apply the information with questions like, how would you use, or how would you apply this to develop that? And what other way would you plan to do something? What elements would you use to change this? Then we move on to analysis with questions like, how would you classify? Or why do you think this? Or what evidence can you find? And how is this related to that? And lastly, what conclusions can you draw? For a student to be able to draw conclusions, it means that they can analyze, they have good solid knowledge of the information, and they can analyze it and draw conclusions. Then we move on to evaluation. To be able to evaluate, we can help students with this by raising questions like, how would you justify? Or do you agree with the outcomes? And what is your opinion of this? And what choice would you have made if you were in this character's position? What choice would you have made? These are the kind of questions that make students think more critically about what they have read or what they have heard. And lastly, to test the student's ability to create with questions such as, what changes would you make to this? And how would you test something? We can, going back to the example of the haunted house, we can ask the student, after they have read the information, to create their own test, which then they can give to their partner, and their partner can do the test, and the student who made it can check their partner's understanding. Moving on to the next question, can you propose an alternative? So we can ask students to give us a different version, an alternative ending maybe to a story. And lastly, suppose you could do this, what would you do? Again, another question that helps students think. Now, let's move on to the online classroom at this point. And let me say that while teaching critical thinking in an online environment is indeed a new challenge for many educators who have never worked outside the physical classroom, like many of us. The guiding principles to teach critical thinking are much the same. Basically, the teacher should demonstrate the skills that they wish to teach and provide opportunities for analysis, evaluation, and creation. Everything that we have mentioned and have seen before in the previous slides. Also, the teacher should incorporate higher order thinking in their assessment. For example, you can ask a student to analyze or evaluate or create something and assess their piece of writing, and we will look at an example later on of how you can do that. Evaluate work based on analysis rather than memorization. What we said, do not assess or test your students only on their memorization of the facts, but on their evaluation and analysis and the use of the facts to create something, and encourage students to ask questions. Moving on, provide students with additional resources that are exemplars of critical thinking skills. Teachers should assure students that there is not always a single correct answer and that their reasoning is more important. Their reasoning is valid. And that's what we should assess them on their reasoning and not on memorization. Provide extra resources for additional support, and you can accept assignments in various forms, PDF or Word document, PowerPoint, even video. Yeah, you you can ask a student who maybe they are not so good in PowerPoint presentations. They can do it orally. They can record a video and send it to you. That's also okay. And give them the opportunity for resubmissions and retakes. If a student fails to show that they have mastered a concept or a skill, you can provide a fair and unpenalized opportunity to try again. And in that second opportunity that they have to show that they include self-reflection and they have considered their approach to the task that you have given them. Now, let's go, let's have a quick overview of what we have said in this session. Critical thinking, both lower order thinking and higher order thinking, can be taught at all language levels. Higher order thinking requires students to do something with the facts and not to simply memorize them. Critical thinking skills are key for success in university and college. Having said that, academic success depends on the student's ability to do the following things, among other things: deriving knowledge from collected data, make educated judgments, synthesize information from various sources, and often deliver insightful presentations. Therefore, we as teachers should teach students how to use new information to analyze, evaluate, and create. The three parts of the higher order thinking skills. But don't forget that it is equally important to remember, understand, and apply the information. The skills in the lower order thinking. So both sets of skills are equally important. To be able to analyze, evaluate, and create, first you have to remember, understand, and apply. I hope you found this session useful. Thank you very much for attending, and hopefully we will meet again soon. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. I hope this is working and that people can actually hear me this time. Fantastic. Fantastic. My apologies for technology failing us, but I hope to make it up to you in this session. My name is Joanne Caddy. I'm very pleased to be here and part of this gathering. I've been following some of your conversations and some of the excellent presentations. I'm very pleased to be here today. My name is Joanne Caddy. I lead the PISA for Schools team at the OECD. And we work in the Directorate for Education and Skills. So based in Paris and a global organization. At this point, I'd just like to check that everyone can see me, hear me, and see my slides. So I'm having a look at the chat box, and I hope all is well. Very good. So the work that we've been doing is really school-based work, and I'm very, very interested to have feedback and questions from the people who are participating today. So the title of my presentation is about empowering schools through comparative data and global peer learning. And this is a rather large mouthful, but it is important that I take you through each of these concepts. I hope by the end of the presentation, you'll have many questions about how we can do all of those things. So the OECD is an organization based in Paris. And now I'm having problems advancing with my slides. So please bear with me for one more moment. Very good. So as I said, I work at the OECD. It is an organization based in Paris, so I'm talking to you from Paris. And our organization has over our world of the world that we serve are 37 member countries that are based all around the world in all sorts of countries. So our mantra and our philosophy is about better policies for better lives. We have a number of member countries that have delegations in Paris. It is an organization that has a great number of meetings, and our directorate, which is the Directorate for Education and Skills, has a lot of different programs. One of them is quite well known. It's the PISA program, the Program for International Student Assessment. And the other aspects of our work very much focus on teaching and learning. So I'm very pleased to share some of those insights with those of you who are in the classroom as practitioners, as experts in this important process of teaching and learning. We also do work with governments, both member governments and non-member governments, on policy development and implementation. And we work a lot about thinking about the future of education, issues of innovation, and what will be next. Some of the key points of PISA are very important for me to share with you as background to our project, which is called PISA for Schools. So PISA is an important international assessment of 15-year-old competencies. And I'd like to just give you a little bit of a background of what PISA is, the Program for International Student Assessment. And the interesting part for many of you who are connected here today from Romania is that Romania has been a participant in PISA for several cycles. The assessment takes place every 3 years. The latest collection of data was in 2018. And the assessment is a computer-based assessment and lasts 2 hours. The content is important to talk about just briefly. Students are 15 years of old when they take this test, and it focuses on reading, mathematics, and science. And in 2018, the larger proportion of the questions were around reading. There was a special focus on reading. So I think that will be of interest to those of you who are engaged in literacy, reading, and those type of competences, whether in Romanian or in English or in other languages. So the students, as I said, are 15 years of age. This age group was selected at the beginning of the PISA program as representing the student body just as they transition to the end of their schooling, or in some cases, go forth into the world of apprenticeships or of work. So 15-year-old students are the candidates of the test, and the content is correctly pitched to their age and stage. The background questionnaire is very important too. PISA gives a half an hour student questionnaire so that students can talk about and give some information about their background. The student questionnaire allows us to know a lot of things about their attitudes to learning, classroom discipline and climate, but also about their home environment. And it helps us construct a very important indicator of socioeconomic background. So those are the main pillars, if you will, about PISA. But the main point really about the PISA frameworks is there's an emphasis on skills, on the competence-based approach to teaching and learning. So it's not about what the student can regurgitate or have as a rote learning, but it's really the tasks and the difficulty of those tasks that they can complete. So for example, if we talk about reading literacy, the emphasis is on being able to navigate texts, on being to connect different texts, to complete a task, to have a purposeful reading. And we have 6 levels of proficiency in which the students' answers are classified, going from level 6, who are really very, very expert readers. Those type of proficiency levels at the very top of the PISA scales means that a reader is able to pick up very fine details in complex texts, are able to connect different concepts within a text or several texts, and have analysis. Level 1 and 2 are really at the bottom of the scale. Level 2 proficiency means that a reader is able to do the simplest of tasks in navigating a simple text and actually being able to make very simple inferences. So a very much lower level of reading proficiency. Level 2 is considered as being the level of proficiency that's needed to be able to begin to function in an adult world in a very complex society such as those we live in. So there is a range of proficiencies that are mapped by PISA, and they're mapped in almost 80 countries around the world who participated in 2018. So it truly is a global assessment that is suited and translated and adapted to the specific context of each country. So here's a quick map of the participating countries. All of the 37 OECD member countries participated, but also many partner countries and economies. So for example, Romania is a PISA country. So it is a really very, very widespread assessment. As I said, almost 80 countries that have been taking this test for several years. But the real question that it seeks to answer, and the more deep conversation we might be able to have together today, is what are the skills that our students need to succeed in life and in their future? And this is an old piece of data, but it's nonetheless very relevant. This is from the United States some academics who had looked at the types of tasks that are required in different occupations. They were looking at the United States, but this pattern is very similar to all advanced economies, certainly all the European economies, such as Romania. What you can see here is you can see a rapid decline between 1960 and 2010 of routine manual work. And that's not surprising. We know that machines have displaced manual labor. Of course, we've known that for some time with the optimization of factory jobs, for example. But what is also interesting is you can see the decline in routine cognitive as well. And what does that mean? That means that many of the tasks that needed to be done by humans are now being done by software. So if you think of people maybe in your family or friends who are accountants, for example, which used to be a very specialized line of work, actually much of the work of an accountant can be done now by software. So the occupations that are now looking for people to fill them, the jobs that are available in the job market, are very, very different today in 2020 than they were ever before. What we see, though, is an increase in demand or an increase in the tasks that are needed to do, for example, non-routine analytic. So non-routine analytic means really problem solving. That's what it means. So problem solving and non-routine interpersonal, so communication skills. So these are important pieces of feedback from the demand side of the skills equation. What is it that employers are looking for? How can we equip our students, not just for the workplace, but also for societies? And what we think at the OECD is this type of demand for skills of this nature will continue with new technologies, with an acceleration of everything we can see around us. Just if you think about the reading competences needed to navigate instructions to be able to join a conference such as this one online, they're really very advanced. So the types of skills that we're being asked to deploy as adults is also being asked of our students. And here I would simply pause and say the complete obvious for everyone who's teaching anyone around the world today is with the COVID-19 crisis, with the immediate switch in a way to distance learning, the importance of these problem-solving skills and advanced literacy skills and being able to navigate complex information has never been so clear. So I'd just like to move on and give you an idea of the map of a portfolio of skills. So if we step back for a moment and think about these 15-year-olds that we're having sit the PISA test, what is it that we want them to equip themselves during their journey through school? So obviously there'll be technical skills in the sense of basic cognitive skills of reading, of literacy, of numeracy, knowing what to do and knowing how to do. So that covers also the very important skills of vocational education, for example, but also behavioral and social skills. We need these types of qualities of perseverance, leadership, collaboration, and communication, but also creativity, critical thinking, ability to make connections, and metacognition. That is a lot to ask of a 15-year-old. And I think what we need to reflect upon as adults working for the benefit of children everywhere is to really try and think hard about how do we develop those skills, how do we encourage social emotional skills that will allow students to self-organize and gain mastery and perseverance. And one of the clearest demonstrations of this has been what we have asked of students around the world from distance learning when their classrooms have been closed. So this idea of a portfolio of skills, I'd like to leave it with you. I hope it makes sense because I think every teacher is trying to convey these types of bundles of skills. So I'd like to talk to you a bit about the project that I'm very fortunate to lead at the OECD called PISA for Schools. And it may give you some interest to know that and you'll probably share our vision of excellence in teaching and learning for all students. And when we say all students, we really mean all students. So not just the best and the brightest, but to manage to reach and ensure excellence and equity in everything that is done. So our mission as a project is to improve student learning and well-being by empowering teachers and school leaders through post-assessment activities and global connections. How do we do this? I'll spend a little bit more time in this presentation on the types of activities that we've put together. So first of all, the PISA-based test for school is a child of PISA, if you will. It is a form of PISA frameworks in reading, maths, and science that has been put together and deployed for schools to be able to see how the 15-year-olds are doing. So again, like PISA, the PISA-based test for school is designed to assess secondary school students, and they're nearing the end of their compulsory education. We've now administered this assessment in over 5,000 schools around the world in 13 very different countries. The test itself is a 2-hour digital test that tests reading, maths, and science. Again, all of these are competence-based assessments. So it's about seeing if the student thinks like a scientist, that the student can think like a mathematician, that it can be familiar with reading strategies, for example. And we also have a 30-minute student questionnaire, which delivers these extremely important insights in student voice. So the students are anonymous, and they know that they're anonymous, so they can share quite freely some important information about their perceptions of motivation for learning, whether in futures, but also classroom discipline, bullying, for example, and very importantly, some background information about their home environment. So for example, the background questionnaire asks the student to say, for example, what is the highest level of study that your mother completed or your father completed? What is the work that they do today? And all of this information is very important in creating an index of socioeconomic background, and I'll come to that in a minute. We have the test available in 10 languages, from Japanese to Spanish and Arabic. And the important thing here is the PISA-based test for school is designed to be done in the language of instruction. So I know that many of you may be teachers of a foreign language, so teachers of English in Romania. But if we were to be able to one day offer the PISA for Schools test in Romania, first we would have to make sure that all of the items, the questions are translated into Romanian, if that's the main language of instruction of the children. And finally, it's a digital assessment. We do it either online or offline. And this is very important both to lower the costs and increase access. So there you are, a couple of key facts about the PISA-based test for school. So what I'd like to leave you with is the idea that PISA, which is this very large program which serves almost 80 countries around the world and is done every 3 years on a national level, it provides important information on how a country is performing. But the PISA-based test for school that we provide shows how well a school is performing. So they are comparable for the simple reason that they're based, both of these assessments are based on the same frameworks. So we are able to compare the performance of a school with, for example, the performance of the entire country that they happen to be in, or indeed other countries that have done the PISA test. So that's an important point because we're also able to go beyond a single school. And for example, in some places, we've provided group reports for networks of schools or for local education authorities. The other part about PISA-based test for school is it can be administered once a year on a yearly basis. Don't need to wait 3 years in order to do the next cycle. So that's the differences between PISA and PISA for schools. But I think it might be more interesting, to be honest, to share with you some insights into what each school can receive. So each school that does this PISA-based test for school receives a school report. It's a tailored school report for each school. So there's a common template, there's a common matrix, which means that every school in the world is getting a common frame of reference, but their own unique data from their own students. So here's an example of one of the many graphs and charts that are in a school report. And you can see from this that you're able, and a school is able to compare your school to your own country, if it's a participant in PISA, but also to other countries. Here, just to explain quickly, here we have the reading, mathematics, and science scores of a particular school. It happens to be a school in Russia. So this is the green dot shows the average performance of the students in that school in reading, for example. And as you can see, this school's students perform better, they get a higher PISA scale score than the Russian average. But this is the OECD average, which is lower still. So these are an example of a particular school. In mathematics, we have a different lineup where the school is performing less well than the country it's in, and the OECD average. What I'd like to draw your attention to here, and this is important for those of you who are statistically minded, the confidence interval is provided by this shaded horizontal blue part. So this means that the differences between these three different performances is actually not statistically significant. But if we look over here in mathematics, this school is performing worse than its own country's average in PISA, and it is statistically significant. So there is a real difference. So that's just to give you an idea that the type of information that is given back to the school based on this investment of student time of a cohort of 15-year-olds in their school is actually quite fine-grained, and it provides important information for school leaders and teachers. Here's another example, just to share with you one that's not a performance, it's not about proficiency levels, but this chart, which I hope you can see, comes from questions from the background. So the background questionnaire asks a lot of questions about motivation. So for example, this first question is about, do you think that studying science will help you in your future career? And as we can see again, the school is below the Russian average, but is higher than the OECD average of students answering that same question in other places. So what we can see here is some important and structured information about how students view their own learning. And we know, and you know very well as teachers, that when you look at learning, the motivation for learning is extremely important part of the equation about the efficacy of learning. So finding out what students think about the utility value, their instrumental value, if you will, of their learning is also really important. So these are just two examples of the type of information. So very briefly, I'll just go through this quickly so we have time also for conversations. That we have the first year in which the work is really about adapting and translating our PISA-based test for school, for example, into Romanian, say. We do a validation study just to make sure that, that we have, for that first year, a good range of schools that represent the great diversity of schools that could be in a country like Romania, so rural and urban, high socioeconomic background, low socioeconomic background, and that have 15-year-olds in the schools. And then from the second year, this assessment is actually available to, once it's been validated and approved, it can be used by many schools in many places. Now, I'd just like to sort of pause for a moment because I think it's important that we think about the context in which this work is being done. And one of the things which those of you who may be familiar or very interested in assessment is only part of the story. Right? It's a very important part because if we cannot assess student learning, it's extremely hard for us to make improvements in teaching practice and in student outcomes. But what we've understood very well in the PISA for Schools team is that the assessment is just the beginning of the story. Actually, it's just the beginning of the story. So when the assessment's done, when the school report is delivered into the hands of the headmaster or headmistress and lead teachers, what happens next is what's interesting, is that data-based or comparative data that can link that school's performance, both nationally and internationally, can be a very powerful motor for conversations within this teaching body. Some schools that have taken part in PISA for Schools in certain countries have, for example, some schools in northeastern Brazil, very enthusiastic users of the PISA-based test for school. They share their school reports, not just with the teaching staff, they have workshops and discuss the results, but also with parents. And I think that's a really important point because the PISA framework is, as I said, competence-based. It's universal in that sense. It's about how can children demonstrate, how can students ability to apply what they know. And so this is a very powerful concept of competence-based teaching, learning, and assessment, but it's not one that's very familiar to many people. So it's actually a good opportunity as well to start a conversation in a school about what does it mean to see about to understand how we can improve student outcomes. So what we put together is quite a lot of activities that come afterwards, after the school report, which is chock full of data and analysis, is to start conversations. So we provided a very useful reader's guide so that people can understand what information they have, but also we provided a video tutorial. Most importantly, which I think is of interest here too, because what this conference is showing is that there's a very active potential for sharing of ideas amongst teachers and school leaders, not just from one country, but for several. So we've also set up an online community for participating schools. And this community is multilingual in the sense that you can type your question in Brazilian Portuguese and talk to a colleague in a school in Spain. And the really powerful aspect of this community is that participating schools have all done the same assessment. They've each got their own school report, but that means that they really understand the results that each of them are getting. So, for example, a headmistress from a school in a suburb of Madrid that's serving disadvantaged children can reach out to a school serving a similar population in Brazil and say, well, you got really good reading scores. What have you been doing? What are the practices or approaches that you've been doing in your school? So it makes it a very powerful tool for comparison, but not just sterile comparison, if I may say so, but useful comparison for professional learning. So the idea of peer learning is an important one here too. So we also are developing work to help schools, individual schools and groups of schools, to go through the data they have and have evidence-based conversations about school improvement. On the school community that we've built for participating schools, there are lots and lots of opportunities to ask questions of each other. So it's not really a question of asking the OECD for advice. I would never be so bold or foolish to offer advice to a head of a school or head of a reading department or head of a foreign language department in their expertise, which is teaching. But connecting those experts, those expert practitioners with others, that yes, and that's where the OECD comes in as a platform for peer learning and sharing of ideas. So I think at this point, I'd like to just leave you with an idea of a way of framing international assessments in such a way that they can be actually useful to teachers and school leaders in their daily lives. So I'd be very happy to have questions. I see that there are many hellos in the chat box, but and if Clara agrees as our moderator, I think maybe the floor could be open for questions. So I'm seeing some questions that have come up in the course of this presentation. And rightly so, there's a lot of interest in teaching of foreign languages. So I'll give people time to write a few questions. So I'll start with this first question. I see this interest, of course, as I know the main common denominator from yourselves as professional teachers of foreign languages, such as English or other languages, is how important it is to look at reading strategies. So while our PISA for Schools test does not look at the teaching of a foreign language, that's not part of the PISA frameworks. It's all about literacy in one's own mother tongue. That's the aspect which is important to understand the tools, shall we say, that the student is bringing to their own language, which of course they're going to apply also when they're learning a foreign language. So I'm sure as teachers of foreign languages, you are very familiar with helping students gain mastery on a language in a language which is not their own, and to navigate texts. And probably some of those tips and tricks that advanced readers use in their own language are transferable. But there is no direct look at foreign language. I would like to say, this may be of interest to you, that the PISA team is now currently exploring in very early stages whether it is indeed possible in a comparative study to actually compare students' propensity to be able to learn a foreign language effectively. But I have to say, this is a very early days and will take several years of work, methodological work, for making it robust. But there is a lot of interest in that. People have asked also, can we see a PISA test? There are actually quite a lot of publicly released PISA items. So you can find examples of PISA reading items, questions online. If you just go and type into a search engine PISA reading items, or indeed the PISA reading framework from 2015, which is a fascinating read about how students construct strategies for effective reading at different levels of proficiency. So I don't know if there are other questions that people would like to put into the chat box, but I'm very, very happy to be able to take a few more. We have some more time. I think someone has said something important about educational managers, and it is something that we are very keen to ensure, is that this type of project is well and truly based in the school. So our main audience, if you will be school principals, but very often municipal authorities or regional authorities will be also very important in a PISA for Schools project. So basically, if you have ideas of entities or potential partners that would like to introduce PISA-based tests for school in Romania, definitely reach out, send me an email. My email is on the last slide here. We'd be very interested to work with Romania closer on this project, and particularly for building those sort of learning networks between teachers based on data that they can really get their teeth into and can advance their own teaching practices. I can see many thank you, so I appreciate very much your appreciation in the chat box. And I'll just give it another couple of minutes to see if anyone has any questions. Please do feel free to ask very direct questions. So with that, I think I would like to wish you all a very pleasant rest of the afternoon, a very good rest of the session and continuation. Thank you very much for your time and your attention today. Thank you very much.
I feel much more confident in my teaching abilities.
I feel amazing. For me, it's a big accomplishment.
Amazing and also rewarding.
And online teaching, I'm not a very tech person, so put a little bit of pressure on me.
Well, the input was great. The social part was there as well. I feel like I'm part of a network now.
It's great. Even when you're tired, it's still engaging.
Online is easier. The content quality is the same, for sure, which is very high.
I think it gave us more time, we didn't have to commute to International House and back. We had, I think, easier access to all the resources, like they were right there.
Do it. Do it as soon as possible. Don't postpone for another year.
Maybe, and this is only because I felt this way, maybe to play with Zoom a little bit before starting the course.
just do it, but make sure that you pause your life.
First of all, it's going to make me a better teacher for the position I currently hold. And I cannot wait to see I teach kids next year and dazzle them with all my new ideas and capabilities.
I have been a freelancer for the past 2 years, and because I miss being, with people, with a team, and be part of a team. And
I am also a bit of a traveler, and I hope to work and being able to see different parts of the world.
For me, this was more than I could ask or hope for. The course is very well organized.
Cambridge level, that quality, that involvement, that feedback, that support.
Hello, everyone. I'm just testing. Please let me know if you can hear me. So you can use the chat box. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Wonderful to be here. Great. So let me test my slides now, if you don't mind. Yeah. Okay, very quickly. I'm pretty sure I saved the slides here. Yes. Can you all see me? I don't think so, right? Can start sharing my webcam. I think now you can see me, right? Yeah, okay, wonderful. Yes, thank you, Clara. Good to see you. Can you see my slides as well? Yes. Okay, perfect. I'm just going to move a little bit. I'm going to advance to the next slide just to make sure everything is running smoothly. So, okay, is it working? Yes, perfect. All right, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes then. See you then. Everything is working.
Hello, hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me okay. Hope you can see me and my slides. Hi. Yes, yes, we see you all fine. Thank you very much, Clara. Wonderful. Yes, perfect. Well, I'm very excited. I hope you are as excited as I am, or even more. I understand that you've been having a great conference so far. You had excellent speakers, and now it's my job, since I'm closing today, the first day of your conference, to make you more excited about tomorrow, eager to come back tomorrow for more wonderful sessions. Hello, Adriana. Hello. Hello. So many people I remember, a lot of familiar names. That's wonderful. Thank you very much for being here. And I was asking before we started where you were connecting from, and I see that many people are from Romania, right? I think most people are from Romania. Some people are just saying, nice to see you again, wonderful. So if you were in my session last year, I just wanted to show you something, because I understand now that we are going through a very complicated period with remote teaching. Some countries are still trying to get back to physical lessons in the physical classes. And I wanted to show you a token of last year's wonderful conference there in your country and at that beautiful hotel. And I keep it with me because I want it to be a reminder of such a great time that I had with everyone there. And I'm very honored to be here again. And today I'm going to talk about something I think that will be very useful to anyone teaching and also anyone learning anything. It's not particularly tailored to English language teaching. So this is something that can be applicable in different subject areas, different grades, because I think that's what we have to start considering when we are teaching and learning. We have to start looking at how the brain learns and how the mind learns so that we can adapt the things that we do. So thank you very much again. I'm going to talk about online tools and the science of learning. And I always do that, I know, but I would love if you could start following my blog, following me also on social media, especially Instagram. So you can go to edcrocks.com. I hope you read my blog post about this session today. I know many of you did, because I got a lot of hits from Romania. I think for the very first time in the history of my blog, I had hundreds and hundreds of views from Romania. So thank you very much for doing that. And you can follow me also on Facebook and LinkedIn. So you just type my name there and you'll be able to find me. Now, let's carry on. Let's get started. So today's session will cover the following topics. Innovation. Which online tools? The four pillars. Soul. I'm sure you know what it is by now. Metacognitive strategies, because they are linked with the science that I'm going to talk to you about. So yesterday, actually 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, I asked you on Facebook, what comes to mind when you think of innovation? And this is what I got from your side, okay? So this is the biggest word cloud I've ever gotten in my life teaching. So actually, this is what I had yesterday. So I checked today, there were 230 or almost 240 people who pitched in and added one word that connects with innovation. So what is the word that you can clearly see right there at the center of the word cloud? So can you type it? Exactly. So everybody can see it, right? Creativity, progress is there too, new, future. There's some other words, technology, courage, novelty, but clearly creativity is directly linked, right, with innovation. And what I want to challenge is, are we being creative? Are we actually allowing our students to be creative in our lessons? So many years ago, when I was still teaching English in the classroom, I came across one of the biggest, the most referenced TED Talks of all time. And I really wanted to bring this one here today to pay my respects to this wonderful educator that left this world too soon. And his name, Sir Ken Robinson. And we miss him, and he has left a wonderful legacy that we have to try to honor. Now, do schools skill? Guess what? Creativity. So Ken Robinson talked about the place of creativity in the learning and teaching process. In fact, he defined creativity as the process of having original ideas that have value. And I like his definition very much because it has something to do with innovation. I think creativity and innovation walk hand in hand. But again, we have to ask ourselves, are we allowing our students to be creative? Are we allowing our students to be innovative in the classroom? Allow me to explain where this is coming from. Have we changed education in the last decades? Look at the picture that I'm showing you there. So this is a slide that I put together to exemplify what has been going on. So I don't know, do you know who those guys are? Can you see the picture there on the left? I'm pretty sure you know at least one of those men, the one on the left. Yeah? Not Putin. It was long before he was. There he is. Yes, Adriana, thank you very much. Carl Jung on the right, Freud on the left, right in the middle, G. Stanley Hall. So this is a conference that took place a century ago at Clark University in the United States. And of course, I think everybody's familiar with Freud's work, psychoanalysis. He is the father of modern psychiatry and psychology and everything. And he was invited to talk about his work. And then I started looking for pictures of this particular event. And I found a movie that represented Freud lecturing. So you can see on the top right, Freud is right there, down there, behind the desk. There are many men, no women allowed at that time, right? Many men in front of him, and behind him, there's a blackboard, right? And he's teaching, he's talking at those men. And then I started thinking, it's basically the same thing that happens today, right? In many universities. And then I took a picture of my professor at the University of Bristol. And then there she is. So that's the bottom left, the bottom right picture. Jo, great professor. I love her. But she's doing basically the same thing. She's behind a desk talking at us. And the only difference is that now, instead of a blackboard, she has an interactive board with a projection of something. So she typed in whatever before, and she projected that so that we could see. So that's faster, right? So that's the biggest innovation in over a century. And then it got me wondering, how do we create the new? And of course, yes, somebody mentioned a lot of women in the room. Yes, that's the biggest innovation. More women in this case than men, I suppose, because we were studying psychology. So there were more women. And then I started wondering, I think that a truly innovative teacher creates innovative students. So it's not really just about replicating old things because, we were taught that way, but it's about questioning and rethinking the things that we do, and most certainly about empowering our students so that they can create new things and change things. Because Jo, my professor, she was somebody's student, right? And then that professor who taught Jo, he was also somebody's student. And for some reason, for decades, even a century, they haven't really changed much, because the professor didn't make the next generation as innovative as they could be, or maybe because the structure doesn't allow us to be innovative. But we have to start thinking about those things, right? And then I asked myself, and I want you to answer, how tech savvy are you? Because we are in this digital era that we are supposed to learn how to use different digital technologies, right? And then I started wondering if I was a 10, so from 0 to 10, how tech savvy are you? If you are a 0, you live in a cave, you have no electricity, you don't have any digital devices. But if you are a 10, I'd say you can hack the CIA, the NASA, something like that, something that we can only see in those American movies, right? So, how tech savvy are you? Have you ever asked yourself that question? So, some people, 8, 7, 6, 4. We have some more honest people in the room here. Wonderful. Do you have to be a 10? Do you have to be an 8? Do you even have to be a 6 to be able to innovate? That's a very important question as well, because it relates to technology. And then what comes to mind when you think about technology? And for me, technology is not just something digital, but it's something that allows you to do something different. It's a tool. And if you go back in time and you think about ancient civilizations and when they created written language, for example, think about the clay tablets that they used to write stuff on so that they could make a record, they could register whatever was happening. For example, how they could plant this particular type of seed, or calculus or something like that, so that the next generation could learn from that. Amazing piece of technology, right? So technology is a tool to help us do something faster, better, or in a different way, right? And this is something that happened to me 2 years ago. I was invited to be on a panel for an EdTech conference. So we were talking about technology for education. And then the funny thing is that it became a paradox in my mind, right? Because we were talking about lifelong learning. I had been exposed to wonderful technologies and gadgets and everything, like virtual reality, somebody mentioned there, gamified platforms and things like that. And I think they're wonderful, really. I was amazed. But then we were talking about lifelong learning, and I'm not, exactly a reference in ed tech, right? And then I was wondering, why did they invite me? And the funny thing is, the paradox is, and I'm not going to tell you now, something weird happened. So when they reported what was going on in the conference, they used one of my quotes instead of, one of the quotes that some of those guys said. And those guys were into technology. Their references in ed tech, right? Because I said something that, I don't know, maybe resonated. It was something that people could relate to. And then I started thinking, what is technology for? And then technology is for inovação. And that's how you say innovation in Portuguese, right? And I decided to keep it in Portuguese because maybe you can learn a few words and you can realize that they're cognates, right? It's also about criatividade, creativity. And it's also about technology itself, right? So technology is all those things. And then as any language teacher, we like to look at the roots of words, right? The stem. So we want to look at what is part of that word. So what is part of innovation? In Romance languages, it's often nova, novo, which means new. So innovation is about new, right? What is part of creativity? It's about cria, criatividade cria. So it's create, right? And what is part of technology? Techno, that means technique, a way. So if you think about technology, technology is a new way to create or create something new, to do something, right? So it's to create something that didn't exist before, or to rethink something so that we can use it to, for a new purpose, right? That's technology. And then when we talk particularly about digital technologies, for me, they are all about access, because through digital technologies, we have access to, first, content, right? So, and I apologize, if you are professors at the university and I have a picture of Wikipedia here, I'm pretty sure you tell your students not to use Wikipedia, right? But I think Wikipedia represents very well this era of content, a lot of access to content that we have. So if I have a mobile phone, a digital device, a computer, I can access Wikipedia and learn about anything in the world, right? Definitely. but it's also about access to people and places, just like we are doing now. So I am thousands of miles from you right now. We are connecting. You can see me, you can hear me, hopefully well, because sometimes the internet connection is not the best. But I can also use Google Maps to go to your city and walk on the streets of your city with Google Maps. And I can take a digital tour inside a famous museum like the Vatican Museum, for example, nowadays, because of this access. And finally, development. So it gives us access to professional development. So we can study more about methodology, about teaching, about listening, about anything we want, really. Now, let's do an activity. Do you remember the three things I just mentioned here? Let's do a retrieval practice activity. So basically, well, you have number 3 right there in front of you. So number 1 and number 2, can you remember? So you can use the chat box just to retrieve. Okay? Yes. Wonderful. Great, great, great. And then why did I select those particular words? Because internet, digital devices, digital technologies, they give you access to CPD. CPD is continuing professional development or continuous professional development. And content, people and places, and development, that's also CPD. So remember that. That's the purpose of technology, to give us access to the world, to different places, different environments, different people with different expertise and things like that. And then we have to think of the 4 essential pillars of technology for education, because we need to have the basic principles, the underlying principles of how we can access our students so that they can learn. And the first pillar is we need to have a virtual learning environment. That is basically the virtual classroom. It's where you put the stuff, where the students go. Somebody said CPD is not for free. Sometimes it is, just reading a blog post, and there are some online courses that are for free. But yes, but a lot of CPD is not for free. That's true. Anyway, we need to have a learning environment that our students can access to get the materials, to know the sequence that we're working with and everything. We also need a video conferencing tool, just like the one we are using now. So we have this one, we have others, right? We also need video and audio editor because, okay, I think there was a glitch, but I hope I'm back. I hope you can hear me. So I was talking about the 4 pillars, right? So video and audio editor, because we can work asynchronously. So we can film ourselves, record videos or audio files, and send so that the students can do the work before. And then we can just, activate things in the lesson, during the lesson. And then finally, we need to have collaborative work tools. They are normally part of the VLE, the virtual learning environment. But sometimes they are not as good as, so we can find different ones. So right now, I'm going to ask you to memorize those 4 pillars. So if you want to take a picture with your phone, or if you want to write down very quickly, like 10 seconds, do it, because I'm going to test whether you can classify the tools according to the 4 pillars, okay? Are you good to go? Will you remember? Yes, wrote them down already. Wonderful. So let's do it. I'm going to give you some time. And you can do it on your own. If you want to use the chat box as well, feel free. So I'm going to give you 1 minute to do that. Okay, I think some people are experiencing some connectivity issues. I hope it's not on my end here. Yeah? Okay. You can hear me, you can see me. Okay, okay. Wonderful. All right, so I think you had enough time to think a little bit. We don't have to spend a lot of time there, but I will ask you and then you tell me the pillar. So number one, so we have a lot of Google, docs, sheets, slides, and forms. Number one, which pillar? Is it pillar 1, 2, 3, or 4? Pillar 4, collaborative work tools. Excellent. Admodo, have you ever heard of Admodo? Which pillar? Admodo? 4, 1. I'd say Admodo is 1. Admodo is a learning management system very similar to Google Classroom in that regard. And I think it feels like Facebook. So it's the place where students go to find the activities, the sequence, and everything. What about number 3, KineMaster? KineMaster, ever heard of this one? You can download on your phone. Yeah. So KineMaster is definitely 3. It's about editing videos. And then WavePad also 3. It's for audio editing, right? And Zoom, we are using Zoom right now. So what is that for? Which one is that? Which pillar? Yes, number 2. Number 2, it's a video conferencing tool. You can also record videos with Zoom. You cannot really edit unless you do it as you go, like stop recording or pause recording or something like that. But you can do many things with Zoom, right? I think Zoom is a great tool. Now, moving on and going back to my paradox. What was the paradox I referred to? So I was there in an EdTech conference talking about lifelong learning with EdTech experts and references. And then they got my sentence to report, to publish on their website. And my sentence was, é preciso aprender a aprender in Portuguese. So maybe you can understand that because you are Romanian. É preciso aprender a aprender. So it is needed, we need to learn how to learn. Exactly, we need to learn how to learn. And then they say, afirma especialista da National Geographic. So I was working as a National Geographic learning consultant, and maybe they got my quote because it was very fitting for the event, or maybe just because of National Geographic Learning, which is a big name, so I don't know for sure. But anyway, they were talking about different technologies, and then they selected this one on a panel that we were talking about lifelong learning and innovation. Why? Because I think that's very innovative. What is innovative? To learn about learning, to learn about the science of learning and how we learn, how the brain learns, how the mind learns. So, what is the science of learning? The science of learning is an umbrella term that refers to cognitive sciences, such as neuroscience and psychology, and also, social psychology, not necessarily cognitive psychology, right? But we can find other terms that relate to the science of learning, such as mind-brain education. And this is the logo of our special interest group here in Brazil. I'm a representative of mind-brain education. And if you attended my session last year back in Bucharest, that's what I talked about, right? The science of mind-brain education. But you can also find educational neuroscience, neuroeducation. You can also find psychology of education, and finally, educational psychology. So I studied psychology of education because it's part of the learning sciences. So we look at behavior, we look at cognition, emotion. Do you think, and this is a very straightforward question, yes or no, should teachers know more about this stuff? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I would love to see a no and then ask the person why not, but then we don't have time for that. But so should we know more about this? Yes, definitely. And how can we know more about this? But before we move on, I think it's time for us to take a brain break. I normally do brain breaks. And then I wanted to show you my friend who visited your country last year. Remember him? Mr. Trunk. Yes, I hope you can still see my image. Yes. So some people remember Mr. Trunk. Wonderful. And now I'm going to ask you to do something cool. If you are watching this webinar on your laptop, your computer, and you have a mobile device that you can use, I'd love you if you could take a picture of yourself, a selfie or the screen or whatever, and post on social media so that I can follow you, so I can see your posts, and then I can interact with you. It doesn't need to be a picture of now. Maybe you took a picture before, or maybe you will still take pictures. So I just want you to take a picture, post on social media, and for me to find you, I'd like you to use a hashtag, and I hope you can see my hashtag, and EDC rocks. Okay, can you see it? No, actually, it's a wrong side. Sorry. So EDC rocks. So hashtag EDC rocks, and maybe you already have a hashtag for the conference, like Fischer International 2020 or something like that, right? So post a picture, and if you want to use hashtag Mr. Trunk Travels, that works fine too. Okay. Yes. Yes, could we not do it? Yes, it's up to you, really. No worries. Okay, now moving on. So, what are the metacognitive strategies that I can teach you that you can start applying today if you want to? I think it's kind of late for you to do it today, but maybe tomorrow if you're teaching. And I hope you read about them on my blog because I think I give more detailed information about how you can apply them. And I also have links to other blog posts that I wrote specifically about some of those strategies. But I'm going to cover them very quickly because really, you just have to understand the basic principle. And the basic principle of spaced repetition is the following. Spaced practice reinforces long-term memorization. Because we understand now, and I have something very cool that I bought a couple of months ago, my brain. I never go anywhere without my brain. So you have, actually, this is only half of my brain, right? And we understand that for us to consolidate memory, there is a structure right here, a medial temporal lobe called the hippocampus. And the hippocampus serves as a temporary storage for declarative memory information. So when we are exposed to new vocabulary, for example, we need to consolidate that and send it to the cortex, which is this pink area, right? So, and how do we do that? We do that when we are sleeping normally. So memory consolidation occurs during our sleep. So if you practice everything now, like cramming, we call it cramming, like rote learning, cramming, just revising on the same day, it's going to take forever. You're going to take many, many repetitions to remember this information for a long time. But if you practice over the course of a month or 2 months and you start spacing, the last time you saw it, the next time you see it again, and then the next time again, and you put some space in between, that's good for your brain. That's good for your memory consolidation. And the best tool that we can use for that is as simple as Google Classroom, because we can click on classwork, we can click on create, we can click on assignment, and then we assign something. So we type there, present perfect, whatever, we give a short explanation, and then we use the due date box. That's important. We can schedule when our students have to do it, and we can do it based on the spaced repetition principle. It's not that hard. You can set up the due date for tomorrow, 3 days after, 1 week after, a month after, working with the same structure or the same concept, so that they can really, really consolidate. I actually created a Google Classroom for some teachers in Brazil. You are welcome to join. I don't really talk about learning to learn, but I give tips on how to make synchronous and asynchronous lessons and things like that. So if you want to take a picture and join, please do. Now, the next one is interleaving. And interleaving has a lot to do with alternating between subjects or tasks. because that can improve learning. So I think we are under the impression that if we cover everything we have to about this one particular topic, then we can move on to the next one. Okay, no pick. I think now you can see the pick, right? So if we cover everything you have to cover about this particular topic, so you can move to the next one, that works better. That's what the impression that we're under, I think. But that's not really true. Our brain likes novelty, and our brain gets tired easily, and I think our attention span declines very quickly as well. So one way you can do this, one way you can avoid this is if you switch between tasks. And I'm going to give you a very practical example of how you can do it. You can use a tomato timer. So if you are old school like me, you can use this one that my wife bought me. So this is an actual tomato timer. It's pretty cool. And then you can set it up for 25 minutes and there you go. Or if you are high tech, you can definitely find an app for you to work based on the Pomodoro technique, because you can work for 25 minutes focused. You take a 5-minute break, so a brain break, and then you work for 25 minutes again, and then you take a break. The first Pomodoro, the first 25 minutes, you work with grammar structure, the grammar structure that you are studying, and then break. The next 25 minutes, you can work with the vocabulary because you're switching tasks, right? Instead of working 50 minutes with grammar structure to understand grammar, it's better if you do grammar and vocabulary and then go back to grammar because the brain likes that. And then if you access Pomodoro tomato timer, you will see the instructions and how you can use this technique. It's quite simple, actually. And that brings us to the next one. So can you see the image now? I think there's a delay. What do you suggest doing during the break? That's a great question. Anything but thinking about what you were studying. Listen to music, walk, water the plants, stretch, talk to someone else, anything really. Yes, so the video is lagging a little bit. I hope now you can see it. All right. It might be something with my connection, or I'm not sure, but hopefully you can hear me, see me, and see my slide. So the next one is retrieval practice. So retrieval practice is something very simple. We do it normally, but I'm not sure we do it systematically, and that's the problem. We have to do it systematically. And what is that? We have to make an effort to consciously look for recently learned information. So and we did it right now, a couple of times. What did I do? I told you to retrieve the 4 pillars of, ed tech for learning, for teaching, right? And then I gave you some time to retrieve that information. This effort strengthens the neural connections, the connections in the brain. So many times we don't do that because we don't like the idea of being silent in the lesson. So this is very important. This is extremely important. Give your students 30 seconds or maybe less. Maybe, actually 30 seconds is good enough, but you can give them more, 1 minute to retrieve anything. How do you do it? Now let's do it. So try to retrieve anything. Try to think of anything I've been discussing with you so far, a concept, an impression, anything, and then put them in the chat box for me to take a look, okay? Yes, I can see some. Yes, training our memory. Anything you can remember. Yes, I realize you focus a lot on memorization. Definitely, Paula. So I'm talking about a study done by Jana Weinstein, Madan, and Sumeraki. So metacognitive strategies for memorization, but there are other things relating to emotional intelligence, mindsets, self-efficacy, self-determination. So I'm really talking about memorization here. That's a very good observation. Innovation, creativity, taking breaks, learning to learn, brain gets tired easily. Excellent. Let's move on then. Very VLE, Christina. Access, 2 pillars, strategies. Very good. The tool we can use is anything that works with quizzes. Okay? So if you think about quizzing your students, like Quizlet. So Quizlet is a great tool to quiz your students because then they have to retrieve information. They have a flashcard. They look on the front of the flashcard. They have a question they have to remember and then check the back. But you also have Kahoot, Mentimeter, Socrative. There are so many, Polev and things like that. Anything that quizzes your students, okay? No problems there. And then moving on, yes, Padlet. Padlet works fine too, Simonette. Wonderful. And then I hope you can see my slide. The next one doesn't really require lots of explanation because it's about duo coding. So duo coding is something that we do easily, normally. It is something that I'm doing right now. So you can hear me, you can listen to me, you can see me on video, hopefully, and you can also see my slides. So there's sound and there is image. And then you can use the stimuli, those stimuli, to make better memories in your brain. It's better than just listening to something or just looking at something. So if you have a podcast, you're learning from a podcast, it might not be as effective as learning from a PowerPoint presentation with the presenter using body language and things like that. So what can we use to create this duo coding moment? A video conferencing tool. So whenever you set up a video conference for your students, you are going to create a new meeting, just like we're doing here. You are going to join computer audio and image and video. And you can see Mr. Trunk is always helping me there. And then your students will be able to see you, to see your slides, listen to you, and make stronger memories. So that, that's something that we normally do. Doesn't require a lot of explanation, really. On the other hand, and maybe you can hear my cat meowing. I think he's enjoying the presentation. So on the other hand, there's something that we don't do as much, and this is elaboration. So elaboration, yeah, somebody just mentioned a couple of tools there. Thank you very much. So elaboration has a lot to do with the Socratic method or inquiry-based teaching, right? So I think there's another cat meowing there, right? Wonderful. Yes. So thinking deeper and asking questions about something increase memory consolidation. So I always talk about present perfect because it's a very difficult thing to teach in Brazil, I think, because of, unspecified time and things like that. Yes, no, yeah, it was my cat. Don't worry, he's just asking for food, I guess. Anyway, and when we're teaching present perfect, I think students have a very superficial knowledge of present perfect, like the formula, how you put them together, have plus participle and things like that. For them to really learn, they need to have multiple representations of that in their brain. So they have to ask, what do I use that for? When can I use it? But do I use it only for this or for that? So ask them questions. Can you give me an example? I have done my homework. Excellent. Can you give me an example related to something else? And then they're going to say, I have traveled to Spain 2 years ago. Uh-oh. And then you realize, okay, you don't use 2 years ago, a time marker with present perfect. Because you asked questions, you had them elaborate on things, you can identify possible errors, and you can make different representations of that in your brains. So that's a great tool for memorization. And how do you do that? I think Padlet works really well for that. So when I was working with my dissertation, I made a Padlet, and then I started adding a lot of files about one particular topic. So it could be a video, could be a YouTube video, could be, I don't know, maybe an image, a photo, could be a text, a PDF, it could be anything. So you click on the plus button and then you have a lot of options to upload, right? Or yes, offer a story or a context, that's perfect, right? And we're getting to the end of our metacognitive strategies. And this one is very simple, concrete examples, right? So I suppose I gave you a concrete example, or many, hopefully, of how to use those strategies with your students with present perfect, or, because concrete examples are easy to understand because they're not abstract. Abstract things fill up your working memory system very quickly. They're hard to understand. Your working memory system is kind of like your desk where you work, So if you have too many things on it, it's very hard to work. It's disorganized. You have clutter. So you have to clear things out. You have to dump things so that you can work, right? Because it gets filled pretty quickly. But you also have drawers, right? You have drawers where you have files, old things, and sometimes you have to open the drawers, get those files so you can connect with whatever you have on your desk, your computer, your mobile, a notebook, or whatever. And this is our working memory, right? So we need to integrate things from the drawers with whatever is on the surface, and also keep them tidy. Otherwise, we can get lost very easily, and also not put too many things on it, right? So now I gave you a concrete example of how your working memory works. And I hope you can understand the concept in a much better way, right? For you to make things concrete for your students, I suggest Canva, so they can work with design. It's very, very intuitive, very user-friendly. I normally, the post that you can see on Facebook, on Instagram, that I make, I use Canva for them because, I don't have a background in design, but they work very well. And also, this is very static, except for some effects. If you want something a little more lively, you can use Powtoon. So Powtoon helps you make animated videos with soundtrack, and you have props, and you have characters, and you have many, many things. It's wonderful, really. And then finally, for us to wrap up, those are all the strategies. You can read more about them on my blog. I want to wrap up with, again, going back to innovation, because I think true innovation is not about finding a new tool to do something old. It's about using any tool, old or new, to do something entirely new, something groundbreaking. Because I think that we're trying to focus too much on the latest innovation, technological innovation. But why don't we start using the stuff that we already know how to use in a more brain-friendly way so that we can empower our learners and ourselves as teachers as well? And also, if you think about it, so let me move on. This is what this British teacher did in Italy with his kids. So I got this from a newspaper. And this British teacher living in Italy talked to this head teacher, Salvatore Giuliano, who said, "A child of 15 has far more creativity than we have. Every time you give them freedom and tools to create something, they will astonish you." And that is true. It's so true that this guy, Sugata Mitra, a professor at the University of Newcastle, conducted an experiment in the late 90s, the hole in the wall, and then he put computers connected to the internet in a wall in rural India, and then everybody could, all the kids around could, use supervised kids can use the internet to learn anything. That's what he saw, and we can. And I promise I'm actually a little over, so and then you can ask me questions, but I have only 2 more slides. This is what I did with my students. So another concrete example. It was a lesson that got published in the New Ways in Teaching Speaking, 2nd edition. So you can download it, I guess. And it was about teaching my kids about asking for the time, telling time, and things like that. So what did I do? Well, nothing too special. I actually made my kids reflect upon time zones, because normally you just put them in pairs. What time is it? it's whatever. Those are the chunks, right? But then I had them draw a map, a world atlas using the projector. So I projected on the wall. They did that. Now in remote teaching, they can get a piece of paper to do that. They built 2 clocks with plates, like paper plates. They built the hands of the clocks with cardboard, and then they called 6 friends of mine to ask what time it was where they were. So they called Rachel in Wyoming, the US. What time is it, Rachel? They called Marion in Washington, D.C. They called Lucia in Cusco, Peru. They called Marcus in Dublin, Ireland. They called Valdeir in Stuttgart, Germany. And they called Afra, my friend, in Iraq. And then they realized that there are different time zones according to where we are. And the incredible piece of technology that I used to make this happen was WhatsApp. You see? But I'm pretty sure that I made it more memorable for my students. So you don't really have to use anything too sophisticated, right? And of course, again, even if you use all the tools that I shared with you, it doesn't mean that necessarily all your students are going to learn or have a very successful learning experience, because every student is unique. But I think that if you use practices based on the science of learning, you are going to give them a better chance to learn more effectively, and you yourself is going to teach more effectively, right? So I said you is, right? Sorry. So you are going to teach more effectively, because as Sir Ken Robinson said once, and then I leave you with this idea. So he mentioned in one of his brilliant talks, as usual, and again, we have to honor the legacy of this man, is that we have to recognize that human flourishing is not a mechanical process, it's an organic process. And you cannot predict the outcome of human development. All you can do, like a farmer, is create the conditions under which they will begin to flourish. And I believe those conditions, they have a lot to do with how the brain learns, how the mind learns. So yes, we have to know more about the science of learning, and we have to know more about metacognitive strategies. And as somebody asked me, not just memorization techniques, but also mindset, self-efficacy, self-determination, emotional intelligence, everything. And then we can truly create innovative students who are going to change things for us, who are going to create new technologies or new ways to do things. So thank you very much, everyone. I still have a couple of minutes for questions, I guess, 5 or so. If you want to contact me, you know where to find me. Please send me an email, follow me on Instagram, and you can follow my blog, because I tend to write about stuff like this on my blog when I have the time. And it was a privilege to be here. And I hope the experience wasn't too bad because of the connection. If it was, I will talk to Clara and Daniela so that I can record this and then send them the video so they can post on their portal. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So if you have any question, well, I think I'm actually on time, aren't I? Yeah, that's rare. I still have like 10 minutes for questions, isn't it? Okay, so I will stop sharing my screen. So now you can ask me all the questions you want. Thank you very much. Oh, wow. I think I had 320 people watching me here, and more people on YouTube, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Laura, Dumitru, Daniela. Thank you. Okay, so questions? Or maybe you're just tired and you want to go home now. I mean, you are home, aren't you? Adelina, see you next year in Bucharest. I would love to go to Bucharest again, but I'm not sure I can. It's a little too far. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I think that's it. No questions, right? Maybe there are some questions on YouTube. I'm not sure. In the chat box, and let's take a look. Mihaela, great presentation, super stuff, great. Thank you a lot. Bye. I hope you're having fun at the conference, everyone. Okay, I can see now. Okay, I can see a lot of people on Facebook, but I think no big questions, right? Very informative. Thank you very much. WordWall, that's okay. WordWall learning apps, great ideas. My students love Kahoot. Yes, students really love Kahoot. Yeah, certainly Zoom. Yep. Edmodo. Okay. Okay. All right. So that's it. Thank you. I'm leaving now. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Enjoy the conference tomorrow. I would like to thank Clara and Daniela especially for having me once again as a speaker at this great conference. And remember, work on your CPD always. Content, people, places, development, and continuous professional development. Bye bye, everyone.